Hi friends, welcome back to the channel, or welcome if you're new. I'm so excited about this reading today. We're diving into your sleep space to see what the angels want you to know. I'm creating a really safe, cozy space here for you. So this is a sleep reading. Whenever you're watching this, it's timeless. This reading will help uncover what messages are trying to come through while you're resting and recharging. It's all about tapping into that divine guidance. We're going to see what the angels are trying to whisper to you in your dreams, or maybe even just before you drift off. For our piles today, we have some beautiful crystals to help you choose. Remember, trust your intuition here. There's no pressure. It's okay if you're drawn to more than one pile, maybe there's more than one message for you. First, we have this gorgeous lapis lazuli pyramid. It's all about illuminating hidden truths in your dreams. Next, we have this beautiful moonstone heart, representing embracing emotional healing through subconscious messages. Then, we have this lovely amethyst angel for finding serenity and restoring harmony to your sleep cycle. Finally, we have this powerful hematite tree for grounding your energy and strengthening your intuition before you go to sleep. So go ahead and take a moment, pause the video if you need to, and decide which crystal or crystals you feel most drawn to. Close your eyes, take a deep breath, and just wish or intend to receive the messages that are meant for you. Trust yourself, take what resonates, and I'll see you in your chosen pile. Okay, hello there, my friend. Welcome to your reading, and thank you so much for being here. You chose the lapis lazuli pyramid, and lapis is all about illumination, which is perfect because the theme of this reading is unveiling hidden truths in your dreams. So get ready to have some serious light shed on what your subconscious is trying to tell you. And wow, these cards. These are going to be juicy. Okay, so the first card we have is Judgment, then we have the Empress, and finally the Fool. So this is like a major arc, a big journey that we're about to unpack. I'm already excited. Okay, so let's dive right into the first card, which is Judgment. Wow, Judgment is like, it's a big wake-up call, it's a rebirth. It's that moment where you hear the trumpet sound and you're like, oh, okay, I get it now. You know, like all of a sudden everything clicks into place. This card often comes up when you're being called to, well, judge your life, to look back and really evaluate where you've been, what you've done, and more importantly, what you've learned. And since this reading is about dreams, I feel like this is your subconscious trying to send you a really important message. Your dreams are like shouting at you, hey, pay attention, there's something you need to see. Maybe there are patterns in your life that you haven't noticed. Maybe there are old wounds that need to be healed. Judgment is all about that moment of reckoning, that moment of realization where you finally understand something that's been hidden from you for a long time. And the thing about judgment is that it's not about being judged in a negative way. It's not about punishment or shame. It's actually about liberation. It's about freeing yourself from the past, from old beliefs, from limiting patterns. It's about saying, okay, I see what I did, I understand why I did it, and now I'm choosing to move forward in a new way. It's like forgiving yourself, you know? And think about it in terms of dreams. Have you been having recurring dreams? Dreams that feel really vivid and real? Dreams that leave you feeling unsettled. Those could be your subconscious trying to get your attention, trying to bring something to the surface that needs to be addressed. Maybe you've been ignoring your intuition. Maybe you've been suppressing your emotions. Maybe you've been living a life that's not truly aligned with your soul's purpose. Judgment is saying, it's time to wake up. It's time to answer the call. And you know what's so cool about this card? It's not just about looking back. It's also about looking forward. It's about understanding how your past experiences have shaped you and how you can use those experiences to create a better future. It's about taking responsibility for your life and choosing to create the reality that you truly desire. It could also mean that something from your past is coming back into your life, like maybe an old friend, an old flame, or even an old opportunity. And this time, you're seeing it with new eyes. You're understanding it in a different way, and you're able to make a different choice. Maybe you had a falling out with someone in the past, and now they're coming back into your life, and you're able to see things from their perspective. You're able to forgive them, or maybe even ask for forgiveness yourself. This is very much about clearing karma, you know, like resolving old issues so you can move forward with a clean slate. Or maybe there was an opportunity that you missed out on in the past, and now it's coming back around. But this time, you're ready for it. You're more experienced, you're more confident, and you're better equipped to handle it. The thing is, whatever is coming back from the past, it's coming back for a reason. It's coming back to help you grow, to help you heal, to help you evolve. It's like the universe is giving you a second chance to get it right. And because we're talking about dreams, this could even be about past life experiences. Maybe you're having dreams that feel really ancient and familiar. Dreams that transport you to another time and place. Those could be glimpses into your past lives, offering you insights into your current life. Maybe you're seeing patterns in your current life that are related to past life traumas. Maybe you're repeating the same mistakes over and over again. Your dreams could be trying to show you where these patterns originate, so you can break free from them and create a different future for yourself. It's like you're being called to shed old identities, old skin. You're not who you used to be, and it's time to embrace that. Think of it like a snake shedding its skin. It's uncomfortable, it can even be a little scary, but it's necessary for growth. You can't stay stuck in the past, you can't stay stuck in those old patterns. You have to let go of what no longer serves you so you can step into your full potential. And this is where the Lapis Lazuli comes in, right? Because Lapis is all about illumination. It's about seeing the truth, even when it's hidden. It's about connecting to your intuition and trusting your inner guidance. So, as you're going through this process of judgment and rebirth, remember to lean on the energy of the Lapis Lazuli. Use it to help you see through the illusions, to discern what's real from what's not, and to connect to your own inner wisdom. Hold the crystal in your hand, meditate with it, or even just keep it close by as you're sleeping. Allow its energy to guide you and support you as you navigate this journey of self-discovery. And pay attention to your dreams. Keep a dream journal, write down everything you remember, even if it seems silly or insignificant. Your dreams are trying to tell you something important. They're trying to guide you on your path. And with the help of judgment and the Lapis Lazuli, you can unlock their hidden messages and step into your true power. Okay, wow, that was intense. I feel like we barely scratched the surface with judgment, but there's just so much there. So, let's move on to the next card, which is the Empress. And oh my gosh, this is such a beautiful card to follow judgment because it's like, what happens after the awakening? What happens after you've shed those old skins and you're ready to step into your new self? Well, the Empress is all about nurturing, abundance, and creation. It's about connecting to your feminine energy, to your intuition, to your creativity, and to your ability to bring forth new life. It's like you've been reborn, you've gone through this period of intense self-reflection, and now you're ready to create something beautiful in your life. You're ready to nurture your dreams, to cultivate your relationships, and to manifest your desires. The Empress is very much connected to the earth, to nature, to the cycles of life. She's the ultimate mother figure, the embodiment of fertility and abundance. She's saying, you are worthy of love, you are worthy of abundance, and you have the power to create the life that you truly desire. And you know what's so cool about this card in the context of dreams? It's like your dreams are not just showing you what needs to be healed, but they're also showing you what you're capable of creating. They're giving you glimpses into your potential, into the beautiful, abundant life that awaits you. Maybe you're having dreams about lush gardens, about flowing rivers, about bountiful harvests. Those are all symbols of the Empress, symbols of abundance and fertility. They're telling you that you have the power to manifest your dreams into reality. And it's not just about material abundance, although that can definitely be part of it. It's also about emotional abundance, spiritual abundance, and relational abundance. It's about feeling deeply fulfilled and connected to yourself, to others, and to the divine. The Empress is also very much about creativity. She's the muse, the inspiration, the source of all artistic expression. So, if you've been feeling blocked creatively, this card is a sign that your creative juices are about to start flowing again. Your dreams could be filled with images, ideas, and inspiration that you can use to create something amazing. Maybe you're a writer, and you're suddenly struck with a brilliant idea for a novel. Maybe you're a musician, and you start hearing melodies in your head that you can't wait to put down on paper. Maybe you're a painter, and you're suddenly inspired to create a masterpiece. Whatever your creative outlet, the Empress is here to support you and guide you. She's saying, don't be afraid to express yourself. Don't be afraid to create. You have a unique gift to share with the world, and it's time to let it shine. And of course, the Empress is also very much about relationships. She's the ultimate nurturer, the ultimate caregiver. She's all about creating loving, supportive relationships with the people in your life. This could be your romantic partner, your family, your friends, or even your colleagues. If you've been having relationship problems, the Empress is a sign that things are about to improve. Maybe you're going to find new ways to communicate with your loved ones. Maybe you're going to deepen your connection with them. Maybe you're going to attract new, supportive people into your life. And for some of you, the Empress could also be about motherhood. Maybe you're thinking about starting a family. Maybe you're already a mother, and you're looking for ways to deepen your connection with your children. The Empress is here to remind you of the power of love, the power of nurturing, and the power of creation. She's saying, you are a natural caregiver. You have the ability to create a loving, supportive environment for yourself and for others. Trust your instincts, follow your heart, and allow your love to flow freely. And going back to the dreams, maybe you're having dreams about babies, about pregnancy, about nurturing young children. Those are all signs that the Empress is at work in your life. They're telling you that you have the potential to create new life, whether it's a literal baby or a new project, a new relationship, or a new way of being. But the Empress isn't just about giving to others. It's also about nurturing yourself. It's about self-care, self-love, and self-compassion. You can't pour from an empty cup, right? So the Empress is reminding you to take care of yourself, to prioritize your own needs, and to create a life that nourishes your soul. Maybe you need to take a break from work, to go on a vacation, to spend time in nature, or to indulge in some of your favorite activities. Whatever it is that makes you feel good, the Empress is saying, do it, you deserve it. And remember, this is all connected to your dreams. Your dreams are showing you what you need to nurture in your life, both within yourself and in your relationships. Pay attention to the symbols, the images, and the emotions that come up in your dreams. They're guiding you towards a more abundant, fulfilling life. And the Lapis Lazuli is still here to support you, right? It's helping you to connect to your intuition, to trust your inner guidance, and to see the truth in all situations. Use it to help you nurture your dreams, to cultivate your relationships, and to manifest your desires. Okay, I'm seriously feeling the Empress energy right now. It's so warm and loving and nurturing. But we still have one more card to go, and this one is a game changer. This one is the Fool. Oh my gosh, the Fool. This card is all about new beginnings, taking a leap of faith, and embracing the unknown. It's like you've gone through this intense period of judgment and rebirth. You've connected to your feminine energy and embraced your creativity, and now you're ready to take a risk and step into the unknown. The Fool is that part of you that's willing to jump off a cliff without knowing where you're going to land. It's that part of you that trusts the universe, that believes that everything is going to be okay, even when it doesn't look like it. And you know what's so cool about this card in the context of dreams? It's like your dreams are not just showing you what you need to heal and what you're capable of creating, but they're also showing you where you need to take a risk. They're giving you clues about what new adventures are waiting for you. Maybe you're having dreams about traveling to a new place, about starting a new business, about pursuing a new passion. Those are all signs that the Fool is calling you to step outside of your comfort zone and embrace the unknown. And it can be scary, right? It can be terrifying to think about leaving everything you know behind and venturing into uncharted territory. But the Fool is here to remind you that you're not alone. The universe is supporting you, your intuition is guiding you, and you have everything you need to succeed. The Fool is also about optimism. It's about seeing the possibilities, not the limitations. It's about believing in yourself, even when no one else does. It's about knowing that you have the strength and the courage to overcome any obstacle that comes your way. And this is so important because, after the Empress, with all that nurturing and abundance, it might seem like things should just fall into place. But the Fool reminds us that life is a journey, not a destination. There will be challenges, there will be setbacks, but it's all part of the process. The key is to stay open, to stay curious, and to stay willing to learn and grow. The Fool is always a student, always eager to explore new ideas and new experiences. So, how does this tie into your dreams? Well, maybe you're having dreams that seem illogical or nonsensical. Dreams that don't make any sense at all. Those could be the Fool trying to break down your old patterns of thinking, trying to open you up to new possibilities. Maybe you're dreaming about flying, about falling, about being naked in public. Those are all symbols of vulnerability, of risk-taking, of embracing the unknown. They're telling you that it's okay to be imperfect, it's okay to make mistakes, and it's okay to be yourself. The Fool is also about trusting your intuition. It's about listening to that still, small voice inside of you that's guiding you on your path. It's about knowing that you have all the answers you need within you. And sometimes, that voice can be scary. It can tell you to do things that seem crazy or irrational. But the Fool is saying, trust it, follow it, it's leading you to where you need to be. Maybe you're having dreams about animals, about nature, about connecting to your primal instincts. Those are all signs that you need to get back in touch with your intuition, to trust your gut feelings, and to listen to your inner wisdom. And remember, the Lapis Lazuli is still here to support you. It's helping you to connect to your intuition, to see the truth, and to trust your inner guidance. Use it to help you take that leap of faith, to embrace the unknown, and to step into your full potential. Okay, wow. Judgment, the Empress, and the Fool, what a powerful combination. It's like you're being called to wake up, to heal, to create, and to take a risk. You're being called to embrace your true self and to step into the life that you're meant to live. So, to bring it all back to the theme of dreams and hidden truths, I feel like your dreams are showing you the path forward. They're showing you what you need to heal, what you're capable of creating, and where you need to take a risk. They're giving you all the information you need to step into your full potential and to live a life that's aligned with your soul's purpose. And with the help of the Lapis Lazuli, you can unlock those hidden messages and step into your true power. So, the question now is, what is the next step you need to take on this journey? Okay, so, wow, Judgment, the Empress, the Fool, and now the Nine of Wands. Okay, so the Nine of Wands in general is like, you've been through it, you know? You've faced some battles, you've taken some hits, and you're still standing, but you're definitely feeling a little worn out. It's that feeling of like, okay, I made it through that, but I don't know if I have the energy to do it again. It's that moment where you're looking around and you're seeing all the battles you've fought, all the obstacles you've overcome, and you're like, can I just rest for a minute? You know, like, can I just catch my breath? This card often comes up when you're feeling tested, when you're feeling like the universe is throwing everything it can at you. And it's not necessarily that the universe is trying to punish you or anything like that, but it's more like you're being prepared for something big. You're being tested to see how strong you really are, how much you can handle, and how much you're willing to fight for what you believe in. But it's also a card of resilience, right? It's not just about being tired and worn out. It's about having the strength and the determination to keep going, even when you feel like you can't. It's about knowing that you've come this far, and you're not going to give up now. You've got all these wands, right? And you're holding on to that last one like it's all that you have. All those wands represent battles fought, and that last one represents that last bit of strength that's keeping you up. It's like you're so close to your goal, but there's still one last hurdle to jump. And the thing about the Nine of Wands is that it's not just about physical strength. It's also about mental and emotional strength. It's about being able to stay focused, to stay positive, and to stay true to yourself, even when things get tough. It's about having the courage to stand up for what you believe in, even when you're facing opposition. And it can be hard, right? It can be really hard to stay strong when you're feeling exhausted and defeated. But the Nine of Wands is here to remind you that you have the inner resources you need to overcome any challenge. You just have to tap into them. You have to believe in yourself, and you have to keep moving forward, one step at a time. Think about it like this. You're climbing a mountain, right? You've already climbed most of the way, and you're getting really tired. Your legs are aching, your lungs are burning, and you just want to give up and go back down. But then you look up, and you see the summit, and you realize that you're almost there. You just have to take a few more steps and you'll reach the top. And when you get there, you'll be able to look back and see how far you've come, and you'll be so proud of yourself for not giving up. And what's so important is what this means in the context of your dreams. It's like your dreams have shown you so much, and they've helped you to heal and grow, but they've also revealed some of your deepest fears and insecurities. And now, you're being tested to see if you're really ready to face those fears and to step into your full power. Okay, so how does this connect to judgment, right? Because judgment was all about waking up and seeing things clearly. It was about understanding your past and how it's shaped you. And the Nine of Wands is like, what happens after you wake up and realize that you've been carrying a lot of baggage? What happens when you realize that you've been wounded in the past, and those wounds are still affecting you today? Well, the Nine of Wands is about being aware of those wounds, about acknowledging them, and about learning to protect yourself from getting hurt again. It's like you've been through some tough experiences and you've learned some hard lessons. And now you're a little more cautious, a little more guarded. You're not as willing to trust people as easily as you used to be. You're not as willing to take risks. You're more aware of the potential for danger. And that's not necessarily a bad thing, right? It's important to protect yourself. It's important to set boundaries. It's important to be aware of your own limitations. But the danger with the Nine of Wands is that you can become too guarded. You can become so afraid of getting hurt that you shut yourself off from new experiences and new relationships. You can become so focused on protecting yourself that you forget to live your life. And this is where it's important to remember the message of judgment. Judgment was about forgiving yourself and forgiving others. It was about letting go of the past and moving forward with a clean slate. And the Nine of Wands is about integrating those past experiences into your present journey. It's about learning from your mistakes, but not letting them define you. It's about being aware of your wounds, but not letting them control you. It's about protecting yourself, but not shutting yourself off from the world. It's a delicate balance, right? It's about finding that middle ground between being vulnerable and being guarded, between trusting and being skeptical, between opening yourself up to new possibilities and protecting yourself from potential harm. Like, have you ever been in a situation where you were betrayed or hurt by someone you trusted? And then, after that, you found it really hard to trust anyone else. You were constantly on guard, waiting for the other shoe to drop. That's the energy of the Nine of Wands. It's that feeling of being hypervigilant, of being constantly on the lookout for danger. And it's understandable, right? You don't want to get hurt again. But the problem is, when you're living in that state of fear, you're not really living. You're just surviving. You're missing out on all the beautiful things that life has to offer because you're too afraid to take a risk. So, how do you break free from that pattern? How do you learn to trust again after you've been hurt? Well, it starts with acknowledging your wounds. It starts with admitting to yourself that you're still carrying some pain from the past. And then, it's about forgiving yourself and forgiving the person who hurt you. It's about letting go of the anger and resentment and choosing to move forward with a more open heart. It's not easy, right? It takes time and effort, but it's possible. You can heal from your past wounds, and you can learn to trust again. You just have to be willing to do the work. And it's like your dreams can even show you where you're still holding onto that hurt. They can come up in symbolic ways, like a fortress or a storm. Okay, so then, how does this connect to the Empress, right? Because the Empress was all about nurturing and abundance and creation. And the Nine of Wands is like, what happens when you're trying to nurture and create, but you're feeling depleted and exhausted? What happens when you're giving so much to others that you forget to take care of yourself? Well, the Nine of Wands is about recognizing your own limits, about setting boundaries, and about prioritizing your own needs. It's about understanding that you can't pour from an empty cup. You have to take care of yourself first before you can take care of others. It's like the Empress is all about giving, but the Nine of Wands is about knowing when to say no. It's about knowing when you need to take a break, when you need to recharge, and when you need to focus on your own well-being. And this is especially important if you're a natural caregiver, if you're someone who tends to put others' needs before your own. You might be so used to giving that you don't even realize that you're running on empty. You might be so focused on taking care of everyone else that you forget to take care of yourself. And that can lead to burnout, to resentment, and to a feeling of being completely overwhelmed. So, the Nine of Wands is a reminder to slow down, to take a deep breath, and to ask yourself, what do I need right now? What do I need to feel nourished, supported, and loved? Maybe you need to take a day off from work. Maybe you need to spend some time in nature. Maybe you need to connect with your loved ones. Maybe you just need to curl up with a good book and relax. Whatever it is, give yourself permission to do it. You deserve it. And when you take care of yourself, you'll be in a much better position to take care of others. You'll have more energy, more patience, and more compassion. You'll be able to give from a place of abundance, rather than a place of depletion. You'll be able to create a life that's both fulfilling and sustainable. Have you ever been in a situation where you were constantly giving and giving and giving, and you felt like you were just running on fumes? You were so exhausted that you couldn't even think straight. That's the energy of the Nine of Wands combined with an imbalance of the Empress. It's that feeling of being completely drained, of having nothing left to give. And it's not a good place to be, right? It's not good for you, and it's not good for the people you're trying to help. Because when you're not taking care of yourself, you're not able to give your best. You're not able to be fully present. You're not able to offer the support and guidance that others need. So, how do you avoid getting to that point? How do you balance giving with receiving? How do you nurture others without neglecting yourself? Well, it starts with setting boundaries. It starts with saying no to things that don't align with your values or your priorities. It starts with recognizing your own limits and not trying to do too much. And it also involves asking for help when you need it. It's okay to admit that you can't do it all on your own. It's okay to lean on others for support. It's okay to ask for help with tasks that are overwhelming you. And it's also about practicing self-care on a regular basis. It's about making time for activities that nourish your soul, that bring you joy, and that help you to relax and recharge. It's about prioritizing your own well-being, not just when you're feeling burned out, but all the time. Your dreams might be showing you that you need a break. They might show an image of you being stretched too thin. Okay, so, and how does this connect to the Fool, right? Because the Fool was all about taking a leap of faith and embracing the unknown. And the Nine of Wands is like, what happens when you take that leap of faith and you stumble? What happens when you try something new and you fail? Well, the Nine of Wands is about getting back up, dusting yourself off, and trying again. It's about learning from your mistakes, but not letting them discourage you. It's about knowing that setbacks are a part of the journey and that they don't mean you're not on the right path. It's like the Fool is all about optimism and enthusiasm, but the Nine of Wands is about resilience and perseverance. It's about having the courage to keep going, even when things get tough. And this is so important because when you're trying something new, you're inevitably going to face some challenges. You're going to make some mistakes. You're going to encounter some obstacles. That's just part of the process. But the key is to not let those challenges stop you. The key is to see them as opportunities for growth, as chances to learn and improve. The key is to keep your eyes on the prize and to keep moving forward one step at a time. And the Nine of Wands is a reminder that you're stronger than you think you are. You've already overcome so much in your life. You've already faced so many challenges. You have the inner resources you need to handle anything that comes your way. You just have to believe in yourself, and you have to keep going. You just have to keep trusting that the universe has your back, even when it doesn't feel like it. Have you ever been in a situation where you were really excited about something, you took a big risk, and then it didn't work out the way you planned? Maybe you started a new business that failed. Maybe you invested in a project that flopped. Maybe you put your heart and soul into a relationship that ended badly. And after that, you felt like giving up. You felt like you couldn't trust yourself anymore. You felt like you were never going to be successful. That's the energy of the Nine of Wands after a fool's journey gone awry. It's that feeling of being discouraged, of being disappointed, of being afraid to take another risk. And it's understandable, right? It hurts to fail. It hurts to put yourself out there and then get rejected. But the problem is, when you let those failures define you, you're limiting your potential. You're preventing yourself from achieving your dreams. You're missing out on all the amazing things that life has to offer. So, how do you overcome that fear of failure? How do you learn to take risks again after you've been burned? Well, it starts with changing your perspective. It starts with seeing failure as a learning opportunity rather than a personal defeat. It starts with understanding that everyone fails sometimes and that it's okay. It doesn't mean you're not good enough. It just means you need to try a different approach. And it also involves celebrating your successes, no matter how small. It's about focusing on what you've accomplished rather than what you haven't. It's about recognizing your own strengths and abilities and about believing in yourself even when things get tough. You took that leap, right? You were brave, and your dreams are going to show you that bravery. Okay, let's ground this with your dreams, right? Because we want to know what your dreams are trying to tell you. So, with the Nine of Wands, your dreams might be filled with images of battles, of challenges, of obstacles. You might be dreaming about being chased, about being attacked, about being trapped. You might be dreaming about being injured, about being weak, about being vulnerable. Those are all signs that you're feeling tested in your waking life, that you're facing some challenges that are pushing you to your limits. But the important thing is to pay attention to how you're responding to those challenges in your dreams. Are you fighting back? Are you running away? Are you giving up? Are you finding creative solutions? Are you asking for help? Your dreams are showing you your own inner resources, your own strengths and weaknesses. They're showing you how you're coping with stress, how you're handling pressure, and how you're dealing with adversity. And they're also giving you clues about how you can improve. Maybe you need to be more assertive. Maybe you need to be more patient. Maybe you need to be more forgiving. Maybe you need to be more willing to ask for help. Your dreams are guiding you towards a more resilient, more resourceful, and more empowered version of yourself. You might also be dreaming about building walls, about creating barriers, about protecting yourself from harm. You might be dreaming about being in a fortress, about being in a bunker, about being in a safe house. Those are all signs that you're feeling vulnerable, that you're feeling the need to protect yourself from something or someone. And that's not necessarily a bad thing, right? It's important to set boundaries. It's important to protect yourself from toxic people and situations. But the danger is that you can become too isolated, that you can cut yourself off from the love and support that you need. So, pay attention to the details of your dreams. What are you protecting yourself from? Who are you trying to keep out? And is it really necessary? Are you being realistic, or are you being paranoid? Are you building walls that are keeping you safe, or are you building walls that are keeping you trapped? And what does that fortress look like? Is it strong, but also a beautiful, safe space? Or is it cold and impenetrable? Also, are you alone in this dream? Or are there people trying to get in? That really changes the meaning if other people are involved. You might also be dreaming about being injured, about being wounded, about being scarred. You might be dreaming about having a limp, about having a broken arm, about having a visible scar. Those are all signs that you're still carrying some pain from the past, that you're still healing from old wounds. And that's okay. It takes time to heal. It takes time to recover from trauma. But the important thing is to not let those wounds define you. The important thing is to not let them hold you back from living your life. Your dreams are showing you where you're still hurting, where you still need to heal, and where you still need to forgive. And they're also showing you your own inner strength, your own resilience, and your own ability to overcome adversity. You might dream of something being healed. And remember, the lapis lazuli is all about illumination, right? It's about seeing the truth even when it's hidden. So, how can you use the lapis lazuli to help you navigate the energy of the Nine of Wands? Well, you can use it to help you see your own strengths and weaknesses more clearly. You can use it to help you identify your own limiting beliefs and patterns. You can use it to help you connect to your own inner wisdom and intuition. And you can use it to help you find the courage to overcome any challenge that comes your way. Hold the lapis lazuli in your hand, close your eyes, and ask yourself, what am I afraid of? What am I trying to protect myself from? What do I need to heal? And then listen to the answers that come to you. Trust your intuition. Trust your inner guidance. The lapis lazuli will help you to see the truth, even when it's uncomfortable. And it will help you to find the strength and the courage to move forward with confidence and clarity. You can also put it under your pillow and ask the lapis lazuli to help you trust yourself. So, what are some practical steps you can take to integrate the energy of the Nine of Wands into your life? Well, first, Start by acknowledging your own strengths and accomplishments. Take some time to reflect on all the challenges you've overcome in your life. Make a list of all the things you're proud of. Remind yourself that you're stronger than you think you are. Second, set healthy boundaries. Learn to say no to things that don't align with your values or your priorities. Protect your time and energy. Don't let others take advantage of you. Third, practice self-care on a regular basis. Make time for activities that nourish your soul, that bring you joy, and that help you to relax and recharge. Prioritize your own well-being. Fourth, forgive yourself and others. Let go of the anger and resentment that you're holding onto. Choose to move forward with a more open heart. Fifth, ask for help when you need it. Don't be afraid to lean on others for support. Remember that you're not alone. So ask yourself, where are you feeling the most guarded in your life right now? What battles are you currently fighting? And are they worth fighting? What boundaries do you need to set in order to protect your energy? What self-care practices can you incorporate into your daily routine? And how can you use the lapis lazuli to help you see the truth and trust your intuition? All of these questions can help you move forward. Okay, so that was the Nine of Wands. That adds a whole new layer, right? It's not just about waking up, creating, and taking risks. It's about being resilient, setting boundaries, and protecting yourself along the way. So, with that in mind, I am so curious to see what the next 3 cards are, and how they will help you integrate this new energy into your journey and what the final outcome will be. Okay, so the next card is the Six of Cups. Oh, how sweet, how lovely. Okay, so Six of Cups, this card is so much about nostalgia, right? It's about looking back at the past, especially at childhood, and remembering those innocent, joyful moments. It's about reconnecting with that feeling of wonder and simplicity. It's about sharing and giving, like little children giving each other gifts. It's such a heartwarming card. And I think, after the Nine of Wands, especially, it's like a little balm for the soul, Like, you've been through all these battles, you've been tested and tried, and now the universe is saying, here, take a moment to remember the good things. Remember the joy, remember the innocence. It's like a reminder of simpler times, And because we're talking about dreams and the unveiling of hidden truths in your dreams, I feel like this card is inviting you to revisit some of your childhood dreams, literally and figuratively. What did you dream about when you were a kid? What were your hopes and aspirations? What brought you the most joy? And how can you bring some of that back into your life now? Have you been having dreams of when you were little? Maybe your childhood home, maybe an old school, maybe old friends. It feels like your subconscious is trying to show you something very specific about your past, something comforting, but also something that holds a key to moving forward. Okay, so let's think about how this connects to the other cards, right? So we had Judgment, the Empress, the Fool, and Nine of Wands. So, with Judgment, we talked about that being a big wake-up call, a rebirth, evaluating your life. Now, the Six of Cups almost feels like the reason why you are judging your life, or rather how you should be judging your life, Like, what lenses are you using to look back on your life? Are you being overly critical? Are you focusing on the negatives? Or are you remembering the good times, the lessons learned, the love shared? The Six of Cups says, hey, don't forget the good stuff. Don't forget the joy. Don't forget the innocence. It's like Judgment calls you to look back, but the Six of Cups is like, okay, now look back with kindness, with compassion, and with a sense of wonder. What if your childhood self could talk to you now? What would they say? Would they be proud of you? Would they be disappointed? Would they tell you to lighten up and have more fun? Maybe Judgment made you realize you need to forgive someone from your past. The Six of Cups is saying the best way to do that is to remember them as a child, when they were innocent and unburdened by the world. Maybe you can find some empathy there, And then we have the Empress, which is all about nurturing, abundance, and creativity. And the Six of Cups really enhances that, It's like the Empress is about creating a beautiful life, and the Six of Cups is about remembering what makes life beautiful. It's about finding joy in the simple things, like spending time with loved ones, creating art, or just being in nature. Maybe you're feeling blocked creatively. The Six of Cups is like, hey, remember what you loved to do as a kid. Go back to that. That's where your inspiration lies. It could be that your inner child feels neglected. The Empress wants you to nurture that child, and the Six of Cups is like, Here's a roadmap. Here are all the things that used to make you feel safe and loved. Recreate them. Give them to yourself. Maybe you're having dreams where you're back in your childhood home and it feels very comforting. The Empress is saying, create that feeling in your current home. Fill it with things that remind you of that safety and love, you know? Fill it with cozy blankets and familiar scents and photos of loved ones. And then we have the Fool, which is all about taking a leap of faith and embracing the unknown. And sometimes that can feel really scary, right? But the Six of Cups reminds you that you're not alone. You have a whole lifetime of memories and experiences to draw upon. You have the love and support of the people who care about you. And you have your own inner child who is always there to remind you to have fun and to be playful. So, if the Fool is telling you to jump, the Six of Cups is like, hey, hold my hand. I'll jump with you. And we'll bring snacks. It's like the Fool is about the excitement of the new, and the Six of Cups is about the comfort of the familiar. They balance each other out, you know? Maybe your dreams are urging you to take a risk, start a new business, move to a new city, something scary. The Six of Cups says, before you do that, reconnect with your roots. Call your family, look through old photos, revisit places that hold special meaning for you. That connection will give you the strength and courage you need to take that leap. And then we have the Nine of Wands, which we just talked about being resilient and setting boundaries and protecting yourself. And after all that, the Six of Cups is like a warm hug, you know. It's like a reminder that it's okay to let your guard down sometimes. It's okay to be vulnerable. It's okay to ask for help. It's almost like you have to be so strong with the Nine of Wands, and now the universe is giving you a break, like you can finally rest and connect with the lighter side of life. Like you are being rewarded for getting through the worst of it. It's like the Nine of Wands is about protecting your inner child, and the Six of Cups is about nurturing it. It's about creating a safe space where you can be yourself, where you can express your emotions, and where you can feel loved and accepted. After having those dreams about battles and feeling chased, maybe now you're having dreams where you're safe in your childhood bed, being tucked in by your parents. That's the universe telling you, you're safe now. You can relax. You can let go. But you know, there can be a shadow side to the Six of Cups, too. It's not all sunshine and rainbows. Sometimes we can get too caught up in nostalgia, right? We can start idealizing the past and forgetting the challenges and difficulties that we faced. We can start living in a fantasy world where everything was perfect and everyone was happy. And that can prevent us from fully engaging in the present, you know. If we're constantly longing for the past, we're not able to appreciate the good things that we have in our lives right now. We're not able to create a better future for ourselves. The Six of Cups can sometimes signal that you're not dealing with the present realities. It's like, it's important to remember the past, but it's also important to learn from it and to move forward. We can't get stuck in the past, or we'll miss out on all the opportunities that are available to us in the present. It's important to not try to escape into nostalgia all the time, you know? Or, like, you can be stuck thinking that things were better back then. But were they really? Or are you just romanticizing it to avoid dealing with your current problems? It's easy to forget the bad stuff and only remember the good stuff. Also, sometimes the Six of Cups can indicate a fear of growing up, right? A desire to stay in that state of innocence and simplicity. Maybe you're afraid of taking on responsibilities, of facing challenges, of making difficult decisions. Maybe you just want to be taken care of like a child. And that's understandable, but it's not realistic, right? We all have to grow up eventually. We all have to take responsibility for our lives. We all have to face challenges and make difficult decisions. That's just part of being human. It's important to embrace adulthood with all its complexities and challenges. It's important to learn to rely on yourself, to make your own decisions, and to create your own happiness. The Six of Cups can be a beautiful reminder of the past, but it shouldn't be a prison. Maybe you're having dreams where you're a child again and you never have to worry about anything. But then you wake up and you're like, reality. The universe is telling you, it's okay to enjoy those moments of escape, but don't let them consume you. You have to face your responsibilities. So, how can you use the energy of the Six of Cups in a healthy and balanced way? How can you reconnect with your inner child without getting stuck in the past? how can you embrace nostalgia without idealizing it? Well, one way is to focus on healing old wounds, right? The Six of Cups can be a powerful tool for healing childhood traumas and resolving unresolved issues from the past. It can help you to reconnect with your inner child and to give them the love and support that they need. It's like, maybe you had a difficult childhood. Maybe you experienced abuse, neglect, or trauma. Maybe you didn't get the love and attention that you needed. The Six of Cups is saying, it's okay, you can heal from that. You can give yourself the love and support that you missed out on. You could even write a letter to your younger self, Tell them all the things you wish someone had told you back then. Tell them you love them, that you believe in them, and that everything is going to be okay. Maybe you're having dreams where you're back in a difficult situation from your childhood and you feel helpless and scared. The universe is giving you a chance to rewrite the ending. In your dream, you can stand up for yourself, you can protect yourself, and you can create a different outcome. Another way to use the Six of Cups energy is to nurture your inner child, right? To reconnect with that sense of wonder and joy that you had as a child. To do things that make you feel playful and creative. To allow yourself to be silly and spontaneous. Like, what did you love to do as a kid? Did you love to draw? Did you love to play with toys? Did you love to read? Did you love to be outside in nature? Do those things now. Give yourself permission to be a kid again, even if it's just for a little while. Maybe you're having dreams where you're playing with your favorite childhood toys, or you're running around in a field of flowers. The universe is saying, this is what brings you joy. Do more of this in your waking life. You could also try spending time with children, right? Children have a natural connection to the energy of the Six of Cups. They're innocent, they're playful, and they're full of wonder. Spending time with children can help you to reconnect with your own inner child and to see the world through their eyes. Just be around them, play with them, listen to them. Let them remind you what it's like to be truly present in the moment. And watch a cartoon or something. See the world from a kid's perspective again. Or you can create more harmony and balance in your life, right? The Six of Cups is all about creating a sense of peace and tranquility. It's about surrounding yourself with beauty and love. It's about creating a home that feels safe and nurturing. Like declutter your space, Get rid of anything that's causing you stress or negativity. Fill your home with things that bring you joy, like plants, flowers, artwork, and photographs. Create a space where you can relax and recharge. You can also try practicing gratitude, right? Taking time each day to appreciate the good things in your life. Focusing on the positive aspects of your experiences. Remembering all the blessings that you have. Gratitude can help you to shift your perspective from lack to abundance, from negativity to positivity. It can help you to feel more content and fulfilled with your life. Remember, the Six of Cups is all about appreciating the simple things, so be grateful for what you have. Maybe you're having dreams where you're surrounded by loved ones and you feel a deep sense of peace and contentment. The universe is saying, this is what matters. This is what brings you true happiness. Focus on these relationships. And, of course, we can't forget about the dreams themselves, right? This whole reading is about unveiling hidden truths in your dreams. So, how can you use your dreams to connect with the energy of the Six of Cups? Well, one way is to keep a dream journal, right? Write down your dreams every morning as soon as you wake up. Pay attention to the details, the emotions, and the symbols. Look for recurring themes and patterns. Dream journaling can help you to become more aware of your subconscious mind and to understand the messages that your dreams are trying to send you. It can also help you to remember your dreams more vividly and to connect with the energy of the Six of Cups. Especially focus on the dreams where you were younger, like how did you feel, who was there, what was happening. Even the bad dreams, look at them. You can also try dream incubation, right? Before you go to sleep, focus on a specific question or intention. Ask your dreams to show you something related to the Six of Cups. Ask them to help you heal old wounds, to nurture your inner child, or to create more harmony and balance in your life. Then, as you're falling asleep, visualize yourself in a peaceful, loving environment. Imagine yourself surrounded by loved ones, feeling safe and supported. Trust that your dreams will guide you towards the answers that you seek. Like, hold the lapis lazuli while you do this. Connect to that feeling of illumination and trust that the answers will come. Maybe you're having dreams where you're given a gift or you're sharing something with someone. The universe is telling you, this is a sign of connection and abundance. Pay attention to what's being offered or shared. And speaking of the lapis lazuli, right? We can't forget about that beautiful crystal. How can you use the lapis lazuli to enhance the energy of the Six of Cups? Well, the lapis lazuli is all about intuition and wisdom, right? It can help you to see the truth in any situation and to connect with your own inner guidance. It can help you to understand the messages that your dreams are trying to send you. You can use the lapis lazuli to help you to heal old wounds, to nurture your inner child, and to create more harmony and balance in your life. You can hold it in your hand while you meditate, while you journal, or while you're simply relaxing. You can also place it under your pillow while you sleep, right? That can help you to have more vivid and insightful dreams. It can help you to connect with the energy of the Six of Cups and to receive guidance from your subconscious mind. Like, ask the lapis lazuli to show you your childhood dreams. Ask it to help you remember the joy and innocence of your youth. Ask it to guide you towards a more peaceful and fulfilling life. Remember that the lapis lazuli is a tool for illumination, right? It can help you to see the hidden truths that are waiting to be revealed. It can help you to unlock the secrets of your dreams and to create a life that is aligned with your soul's purpose. Okay, so to bring it all together, we've got Judgment, the Empress, the Fool, the Nine of Wands, and now the Six of Cups. It's like you're being called to wake up, to heal, to create, to take a risk, and to remember the joy and innocence of your past. You're being called to embrace your true self and to step into the life that you're meant to live, but also to remember where you came from, to honor your past and to learn from it. Your dreams are showing you the path forward, but they're also reminding you of the beauty and simplicity of the past. They're giving you all the information you need to step into your full potential and to live a life that's aligned with your soul's purpose. And with the help of the lapis lazuli, you can unlock those hidden messages and step into your true power. This is a big message about how your past and your present are so interwoven, and you have to honor both. So, with all of this in mind, what is one thing from your childhood that you can bring back into your life right now? What is one way you can nurture your inner child this week? And how can you use your dreams to guide you towards a more joyful and fulfilling life? Okay, I am so excited to see what the next card is and how it all ties together. Like, what other aspect of your being needs attention? I wonder if the next card will bring more action or more introspection. We are getting so close to the final message. Okay. So the next card is the Seven of Swords. Whoa, that's a huge shift from the Six of Cups, right? Like, we go from this sweet, innocent, nostalgic energy to someone sneaking away in the night with a bunch of swords. What's that about, right? Okay, so the Seven of Swords. In general, this card is about deception, strategy, and sometimes even feeling like you have to be a little bit sneaky to get what you want. It's about situations where you might not feel like you can be completely open and honest, where you might feel like you have to play your cards close to your chest. It's like you're trying to get away with something, or maybe someone else is trying to get away with something, and you need to be aware of it. It's that feeling of like, not everything is as it seems. And, sometimes it can be about, like, cleverness and resourcefulness, Like, you're in a tricky situation, and you have to use your wits to get out of it. It's about thinking outside the box and finding creative solutions. But it can also be about feeling like you're being taken advantage of, or that someone is not being honest with you. So it is like a tricky card, Especially after the lovely energy of the Six of Cups. It's like a cold splash of reality. And because this reading is about dreams and hidden truths in your dreams, I feel like this card is telling you to be extra discerning about what's being revealed to you. Are your dreams showing you the whole picture, or are they leaving something out? Are you interpreting them correctly, or are you missing some key details? Are you being honest with yourself about what your dreams are telling you, or are you trying to avoid something uncomfortable? So let's connect this to the other cards, right? This is where it gets really interesting. Okay, so we had Judgment, the Empress, the Fool, the Nine of Wands, and the Six of Cups. So, with Judgment, we talked about that being a big wake-up call, a rebirth, evaluating your life. And the Seven of Swords is like, okay, you've woken up, you've seen the truth, but now what? Now you have to navigate the world with this new awareness, and not everyone is going to be happy about it. It's like you've taken off the blinders, and now you can see all the BS that's going on around you. You can see the people who are trying to manipulate you, the systems that are trying to control you, the lies that are being told. And the Seven of Swords is about figuring out how to deal with that. Do you confront them directly? Do you try to outsmart them? Do you just walk away? It's like Judgment showed you the truth, but the Seven of Swords is about how you handle that truth in a world that's often full of deception. Maybe Judgment made you realize that you've been living a lie, that you've been conforming to other people's expectations, and that you need to break free. The Seven of Swords is like, okay, but be careful how you do it. Don't just go charging in blindly. Think about your strategy. Think about the consequences. Think about how you can minimize the damage. Or maybe Judgment revealed that someone in your life is not who you thought they were. The Seven of Swords is saying, watch them closely. Pay attention to their actions. Don't trust everything they say. They might be trying to deceive you, or they might be hiding something important. It's like Judgment gave you the insight, and Seven of Swords is the follow-up. And then we have the Empress, which is all about nurturing, abundance, and creation. And the Seven of Swords is almost like a warning, you know? It's like the Empress is about creating a beautiful life, but you have to be aware that there are people out there who might try to sabotage you. There are people who might be jealous of your success, who might try to steal your ideas, who might try to undermine your efforts. And you need to be prepared to defend yourself. It's not about being paranoid, but it's about being realistic, you know? Not everyone has your best interests at heart. And if you're someone who's naturally trusting and generous, like the Empress, you can be especially vulnerable to being taken advantage of. So the Seven of Swords is saying, protect your energy, protect your resources, protect your creations. Don't let anyone steal your joy or your abundance. It's like you're building this beautiful garden, but you need to put up a fence to keep the rabbits out. And remember, we were talking about creativity. Maybe the Empress made you want to start a new creative project, but you're afraid of putting it out there because you're afraid of being judged or criticized. The Seven of Swords is like, okay, that's a valid concern, but don't let that fear stop you. Instead, be smart about how you share your work. Find a supportive community of artists who will encourage you and give you honest feedback. Don't share your work with people who are likely to tear you down. It's about protecting your creative spirit. And then we have the Fool, which is all about taking a leap of faith and embracing the unknown. And the Seven of Swords is like, okay, you're taking that leap, but make sure you have a parachute. Don't just jump blindly into anything. Do your research. Assess the risks. Have a plan B. It's not about being afraid to take risks, but it's about being smart about it, you know? The Fool is all about optimism and enthusiasm, but the Seven of Swords is about being realistic and prepared. Maybe the Fool is urging you to quit your job and follow your passion, but the Seven of Swords is saying, make sure you have some savings in the bank first. Make sure you have a backup plan in case things don't work out. It's not about squashing your dreams, but it's about being responsible. It's about balancing that sense of adventure with a healthy dose of caution. Maybe you're dreaming about traveling to a faraway land, but the Seven of Swords is saying, do your research on the local customs and laws before you go. Make sure you know how to stay safe and avoid getting into trouble. It's about being prepared and aware. And then we have the Nine of Wands, which is all about resilience and setting boundaries and protecting yourself. And the Seven of Swords is like, okay, you've built your walls, but now you need to watch out for people who are trying to sneak over them. It's like you've set your boundaries, but you need to be aware of people who are trying to push them. You need to be vigilant and assertive in defending your space. The Nine of Wands is about being strong, but the Seven of Swords is about being smart. It's about using your intellect and your intuition to outsmart your opponents. And also to pick your battles, you know? Not every conflict is worth fighting. Sometimes, the best strategy is to just walk away. Maybe you're dreaming about being attacked, but instead of fighting back, you're using your wits to escape. The universe is telling you, you don't always have to confront your problems head-on. Sometimes, the best solution is to find a clever way to avoid them. The Nine of Wands is about standing your ground, and the Seven of Swords is about knowing when to retreat. And finally, we have the Six of Cups, which is all about nostalgia and innocence and reconnecting with the past. And this is where it gets really interesting, because the Seven of Swords can be a sign that you're not being honest with yourself about your past. Maybe you're idealizing the past, like we talked about, and you're forgetting the difficult parts. Maybe you're trying to escape into nostalgia to avoid dealing with your current problems. The Seven of Swords is saying, be careful not to let your past blind you to the present. Be honest with yourself about what really happened. Don't let your memories distort the truth. It could be that someone from your past is trying to manipulate you by playing on your nostalgia. The Seven of Swords is warning you not to fall for it. See them for who they are now, not for who they used to be. And remember, we were talking about the inner child. Maybe you're trying to nurture your inner child, but you're doing it in a way that's actually harmful. Maybe you're indulging in childlike behaviors that are preventing you from growing up and taking responsibility for your life. The Seven of Swords is saying, be mindful of how you're nurturing your inner child. Make sure you're doing it in a way that's healthy and balanced. It's about finding that middle ground between innocence and responsibility. The Six of Cups can sometimes signal that you're avoiding conflict, but the Seven of Swords is telling you that sometimes conflict is unavoidable, you know? It's like you can't always run away from your problems. Sometimes you have to face them head-on, even if it's uncomfortable. And that leads me to diving deeper into the Seven of Swords, right? Because, like I said, it's a tricky card. It can be about deception and dishonesty, but it can also be about strategy and resourcefulness. So, how do you know when it's okay to be sneaky and when it's not? How do you know when you're being clever and when you're just being manipulative? How do you navigate those gray areas, you know? Well, first of all, it's important to consider your intentions, right? Are you trying to help yourself, or are you trying to hurt someone else? Are you trying to protect yourself, or are you trying to take advantage of someone? Your intentions are going to be the key there. If your intentions are pure, if you're trying to do what's right, then it's probably okay to be a little bit sneaky, you know? But if your intentions are selfish or malicious, then you're probably crossing the line. It's like, if you're trying to protect yourself from someone who's trying to harm you, it's okay to be strategic and deceptive. But if you're trying to cheat someone out of their money, that's not okay. It's all about your motives. You're trying to protect your energy, or are you trying to steal someone's energy? It's also important to consider the consequences of your actions, right? Even if your intentions are good, your actions can still have negative consequences. So you need to think about the potential impact of your decisions before you act. Are you going to hurt someone's feelings? Are you going to damage a relationship? Are you going to create a conflict? If the consequences are too severe, it might not be worth it to be sneaky, even if you think you're doing the right thing. It's about weighing the pros and cons and making a responsible decision. You also have to consider the context of the situation, right? In some situations, being sneaky is just not appropriate. If you're dealing with a close friend or family member, honesty and transparency are usually the best policy. But if you're dealing with a competitor or an enemy, it might be necessary to be more strategic and guarded. It all depends on the circumstances. What are the social norms of the situation? What are the expectations of the people involved? It's about being sensitive to the dynamics of the situation and acting accordingly. And honestly, trust your gut. The Six of Cups said to remember your past, so remember those times when your gut was right. And it's important to remember that the Seven of Swords is not always about you being sneaky. Sometimes it's about someone else being sneaky towards you. So you need to be aware of the signs of deception. Pay attention to people's body language. Are they avoiding eye contact? Are they fidgeting or nervous? Listen to their words. Are they being vague or evasive? Are they contradicting themselves? And trust your intuition. Does something feel off? Do you have a bad feeling about someone? If so, it's probably worth investigating. Always investigate. You might be wrong, but it's better to be safe than sorry. It's also important to remember that not everyone is going to be honest with you, right? Some people are naturally deceptive. They lie to get what they want. They manipulate others to get their way. They're not afraid to use people, and you need to be aware of those people. Don't trust them blindly. Verify their information. Protect yourself from their influence. It's not about being cynical, but it's about being realistic. Not everyone is trustworthy. And maybe that's what your dreams are showing you. Maybe you're dreaming about being lied to or Okay, so you chose the Moonstone Heart, which is all about flowing emotions, and I think that's so perfect for this reading. Moonstone is all about intuition and connecting to your subconscious, which totally vibes with our theme today. Embracing emotional healing through the messages you're getting from, like, deep inside. So get ready to explore what your angels really want you to know about how you can heal emotionally, especially through those quiet whispers from within. Okay, deep breath, here we go. The first card we have is the Six of Wands. Okay, so right off the bat, this is giving me major victory vibes, right? But it's not just any kind of victory. This isn't about, winning at someone else's expense or like a hollow victory. This is about genuine achievement, earned recognition, and feeling good about the path you took to get there. It's like you've put in the work, you've overcome obstacles, and now you're getting the acknowledgement you deserve. It's like a well-deserved pat on the back from the universe. Think about a time when you really poured your heart and soul into something, and it finally paid off. How did that feel? That's the energy of the Six of Wands. And the thing is, it's not just about the external validation, it's about the internal knowing that you did your best and that you're worthy of the praise. It's that quiet confidence that comes from within that's the real gold here, But here's something to consider. It is so important not to let this victory, or feeling of victory, bloat your ego. Like, it's great to feel proud, but it's so easy to let that pride become arrogance, and we don't want that. The Six of Wands is asking you to stay humble, to remember where you came from, and to acknowledge the people who helped you along the way. It's about recognizing that your success is not solely your own doing, but it's a result of a collective effort, Like, who supported you, who gave you advice, who believed in you when you didn't believe in yourself. Remember those people. And more importantly, remember to pay it forward. Use your success to uplift others, to inspire them, and to help them achieve their own goals. Because that's what true leadership is all about. And, thinking about the sleep reading aspect, I wonder if these feelings of victory, or maybe the lack of them, are showing up in your dreams. Are you dreaming about past successes? Or are you dreaming about missed opportunities? Are you replaying situations in your mind, wishing you had done things differently? Your subconscious might be trying to tell you something about your relationship with success and recognition. Are you truly celebrating your wins, or are you downplaying them? Are you giving yourself enough credit for your accomplishments, or are you constantly striving for more, never feeling satisfied? It can be so easy to get caught up in the pursuit of the next big thing that we forget to appreciate how far we've already come. The Six of Wands is a reminder to pause, to reflect, and to savor the moment. To really allow yourself to feel the joy and pride that comes with achieving a goal. And, maybe even write down your accomplishments. Keep a victory journal where you can track your progress and celebrate your wins, no matter how small they may seem. Because those small wins add up, and they create momentum that will propel you forward on your journey. Also, let's think about the flip side. What if you're not feeling victorious right now? What if you're in a place where you're feeling defeated, discouraged, or like you're constantly falling short of your goals? The Six of Wands can also be a message of hope and encouragement. It's telling you that victory is still possible, but it may require a shift in your perspective or a change in your approach. Maybe you need to reevaluate your goals, break them down into smaller, more manageable steps, and focus on celebrating those small victories along the way. Or maybe you need to seek out support from others, find a mentor, or connect with a community of like-minded people who can offer you guidance and encouragement. Sometimes we get so caught up in our own struggles that we forget that we're not alone. There are people out there who have been where we are, who have overcome similar challenges, and who are willing to share their wisdom and experience. So don't be afraid to reach out, to ask for help, and to lean on others when you need it. Because that's what community is all about. That's where you find the real strength. And I think, another important aspect of the Six of Wands is about leadership. It's about stepping into your power and inspiring others to do the same. But true leadership isn't about bossing people around or telling them what to do. It's about leading by example, about showing others what's possible through your own actions and your own commitment to excellence. It's about creating a vision that others can believe in, and then empowering them to contribute their own unique talents and skills to make that vision a reality. It's about fostering a culture of collaboration, respect, and mutual support, where everyone feels valued and appreciated. It's about recognizing that the best leaders are those who serve others, who put the needs of their team above their own, and who are willing to do whatever it takes to help their people succeed. So, how can you step into your leadership role, not in like a bossy way, but more in a supportive, inspiring way? And also, tying this back into emotional healing. Maybe you need to acknowledge some past victories in order to heal. Sometimes we bury our successes because we don't feel like we deserve them, or because we're afraid of what others will think. But that can actually be really damaging to our self-esteem. The Six of Wands is inviting you to revisit those past wins, to really own them, and to allow yourself to feel the pride and joy that comes with them. It's about integrating those experiences into your sense of self, so that you can move forward with greater confidence and self-assurance. It's about recognizing that you are capable of achieving great things and that you have the strength and resilience to overcome any obstacle that comes your way. So, what are some of those past victories that you need to acknowledge? What did you learn from those experiences? And how can you use those lessons to create an even brighter future for yourself? Maybe, and this is just a thought, maybe you've been dismissing your own accomplishments because you're comparing yourself to others. It's so easy to fall into that trap, especially with social media constantly bombarding us with images of other people's perfect lives. But the truth is, everyone is on their own unique journey, and everyone has their own unique strengths and weaknesses. What might be easy for someone else might be incredibly challenging for you, and vice versa. So, instead of comparing yourself to others, focus on your own progress, celebrate your own wins, and be grateful for the gifts and talents that you've been given. Like, seriously, gratitude changes everything. When you focus on what you have, instead of what you lack, you start to attract more abundance into your life. You start to see the beauty and the blessings that are all around you, and you start to appreciate the simple things that you used to take for granted. Gratitude is a powerful magnet that draws more positivity and joy into your experience. So, take a moment right now to think about something that you're grateful for. It could be anything, big or small. Just allow yourself to feel the warmth and appreciation that comes with gratitude. And then, make it a daily practice to cultivate gratitude in your life. Write in a gratitude journal, express your appreciation to others, or simply take a few moments each day to reflect on the things that you're grateful for. You'll be amazed at how much it can transform your life. And I'm also getting a sense that, this victory might be related to something that you've been working on for a long time. It's not an overnight success, but it's the culmination of a lot of hard work, dedication, and perseverance. You've been planting seeds, nurturing them, and patiently waiting for them to blossom. And now, finally, you're starting to see the fruits of your labor. This is a time to celebrate your commitment, to acknowledge your resilience, and to give yourself credit for never giving up, even when things got tough. Because that's what true success is all about. It's about having the courage to keep going, even when you feel like you're not making any progress. It's about believing in yourself, even when no one else does. It's about staying true to your vision, even when the path ahead seems uncertain. So, what is that long-term project or goal that you've been working on? What are the challenges that you've overcome? And what are the lessons that you've learned along the way? The Six of Wands is inviting you to reflect on your journey, to appreciate how far you've come, and to use your experience to inspire others. And, to realize that slow and steady wins the race. It's not about the sprint, it's about the marathon. And also, it might be that you're being called to share your story with others. Your experiences, your challenges, your victories. They can be a source of inspiration and hope for those who are struggling. You have a unique perspective, a unique voice, and a unique message to share with the world. And the Six of Wands is telling you that it's time to step into your role as a storyteller, as a teacher, as a guide. Don't be afraid to be vulnerable, to be authentic, and to be yourself, because that's when you'll truly connect with others and make a real difference in their lives. So, how can you share your story? Can you write a blog, give a presentation, or simply share your experiences with friends and family? You never know who you might inspire. And I feel like, okay, this is so important. The Six of Wands is also about recognizing that victory isn't just about the destination, it's about the journey. It's about the lessons that you learn along the way, the people that you meet, and the experiences that you have. It's about embracing the challenges, the setbacks, and the unexpected detours. Because those are the things that make you stronger, more resilient, and more compassionate. It's about appreciating the small moments of joy, the moments of connection, and the moments of growth. Because those are the things that make life worth living. So, don't get so focused on the end result that you forget to enjoy the ride. Savor the journey, embrace the adventure, and be grateful for every experience, both good and bad. Because every experience is an opportunity to learn, to grow, and to become a better version of yourself. And I think, really digging into this emotional healing aspect, the Six of Wands is asking you to heal any wounds that might be preventing you from fully embracing your success. Maybe you have a fear of success, a fear of being visible, or a fear of being judged. These fears can hold you back from achieving your full potential and from fully enjoying your accomplishments. The Six of Wands is inviting you to confront those fears, to release them, and to step into your power with confidence and grace. So, what are some of those fears that might be holding you back? Where do they come from? And how can you begin to heal them? Maybe it's time to work with a therapist, a coach, or a spiritual advisor who can help you identify and release those limiting beliefs. Or maybe it's time to start practicing self-compassion, to treat yourself with kindness and understanding, and to forgive yourself for any mistakes that you've made in the past. Because self-forgiveness is so crucial for emotional healing. We all make mistakes, we all have regrets, and we all have things that we wish we could have done differently. But holding on to those regrets only keeps us stuck in the past. It prevents us from moving forward and from creating a brighter future for ourselves. Self-forgiveness is about acknowledging your mistakes, learning from them, and then letting them go. It's about accepting yourself, flaws and all, and recognizing that you are worthy of love, compassion, and forgiveness. So, take a moment right now to forgive yourself for something that you've been holding on to. Release the guilt, the shame, and the regret, and allow yourself to move forward with a lighter heart and a clearer mind. And I feel like I need to say this. The Six of Wands isn't just about individual success, it's also about collective success. It's about working together with others to achieve a common goal, to create a better world for everyone. It's about recognizing that we're all interconnected, that our actions have a ripple effect, and that we can achieve so much more when we collaborate and support each other. So, how can you contribute to the greater good? How can you use your talents and skills to make a positive impact on the world? Can you volunteer your time, donate to a charity, or simply be a kinder, more compassionate person in your daily interactions? Every little bit counts, and every act of kindness can make a difference. Seriously, remember the idea of paying it forward? It really works. The whole idea of do something nice for someone else, and then ask them to do something nice for someone else, and so on. It creates a chain reaction of kindness that can spread throughout your community and beyond. So, start small, be intentional, and watch the magic unfold. Also, don't forget to celebrate the successes of others. Be genuinely happy for their accomplishments, and offer them your support and encouragement. Because when we celebrate the successes of others, we create a culture of abundance and positivity that benefits everyone. There's enough success to go around for everyone, so there's no need to feel jealous or resentful. Instead, focus on your own path, celebrate your own wins, and be grateful for the opportunities that you've been given. And the Six of Wands is also about being a role model. It's about inspiring others through your actions, your words, and your beliefs. It's about showing the world what's possible when you live with integrity, passion, and purpose. You don't have to be perfect, you just have to be authentic. Be yourself, be real, and let your light shine. Because there are people out there who need to see your light, who need to hear your story, and who need to be inspired by your example. So, who are you inspiring? How are you being a role model? And what message are you sending to the world? Okay, wow, I feel like we've really explored the Six of Wands in depth. It's so much more than just winning. It's about integrity, humility, leadership, and emotional healing. And it's about recognizing that victory is a journey, not just a destination. Now, let's move on to the next card, the world. Oh boy, this is a big one. So, the world. This is all about completion, wholeness, and fulfillment. It's the end of a cycle, the culmination of a long journey, and the sense of having achieved something truly significant. But it's not just an ending, it's also a beginning. It's the gateway to a new chapter, a new adventure, and a new level of consciousness. It's like graduating from one stage of life and stepping into the next, with all the wisdom and experience that you've gained along the way. It's like you've learned the lessons, you've passed the tests, and now you're ready to move on to something bigger and better. How does that feel? That's the vibe we're going for with the world. And thinking about our theme of emotional healing, this card suggests that you've reached a point where you've integrated a lot of your past experiences, both positive and negative. You've come to terms with your wounds, you've forgiven yourself and others, and you're ready to move forward with a sense of peace and acceptance. You've really put in the work, haven't you? It's paying off. You've done the inner work, and now you're seeing the results in your outer world. You've created a life that's aligned with your values, your passions, and your purpose. And you're feeling a deep sense of satisfaction and contentment. But, and there's always a but, the world isn't about resting on your laurels. It's not about becoming complacent or stagnant. It's about using your wisdom and experience to create something new, to inspire others, and to make a positive impact on the world. It's about recognizing that you're part of something bigger than yourself, and that you have a responsibility to contribute your unique talents and skills to the greater good. So, what are you going to do with all that you've learned? How are you going to use your experience to make a difference? And how are you going to continue to grow and evolve on your journey? And tying this back into the sleep reading, I wonder if you're having dreams about travel, about different cultures, or about exploring new horizons. The world is often associated with travel, both physical and spiritual. It's about expanding your consciousness, broadening your perspective, and experiencing the richness and diversity of life. Maybe you're being called to take a trip, to visit a place that you've always dreamed of, or to immerse yourself in a different culture. Or maybe you're being called to explore your inner world, to delve into your subconscious, and to discover new aspects of yourself. It's about being open to new experiences, new ideas, and new ways of being. So, where are you being called to travel? What new experiences are you being invited to explore? And how can you expand your consciousness and broaden your perspective? Maybe it's time to take a class, read a book, or connect with people from different backgrounds. Or maybe it's time to start a meditation practice, explore your spirituality, or connect with your intuition. The possibilities are endless. Also, the world can sometimes indicate a feeling of being on top of the world, of having everything you've ever wanted. But it's important to remember that this feeling is temporary. Life is cyclical, and there will always be ups and downs. The key is to maintain your balance, to stay grounded, and to appreciate the present moment, even when things are challenging. Because even in the midst of adversity, there's always something to be grateful for. There's always something to learn, and there's always an opportunity to grow. So, how can you maintain your balance? How can you stay grounded? And how can you appreciate the present moment, even when things are difficult? Maybe it's time to establish a self-care routine, to prioritize your physical, emotional, and spiritual well-being. Or maybe it's time to simplify your life, to declutter your home, and to focus on what truly matters. It's about creating a life that's sustainable, that's fulfilling, and that's aligned with your values. And I feel like, okay, this is coming in so strong. The world is also about recognizing your place in the universe. It's about understanding that you're a small but significant part of a vast and interconnected web of life. You're not separate from the world, you're an integral part of it. And your actions have an impact on everything around you. So, how can you live in harmony with the earth? How can you contribute to the well-being of all living beings? And how can you create a more sustainable and equitable world for future generations? Maybe it's time to reduce your carbon footprint, to recycle, to conserve water, and to support sustainable businesses. Or maybe it's time to advocate for social justice, to fight against inequality, and to stand up for the rights of marginalized communities. It's about being a conscious and responsible citizen of the world, and about using your power and privilege to make a positive difference. And I think, really diving into the emotional healing aspect, the world is inviting you to release any old patterns or beliefs that are no longer serving you. You've come so far, you've learned so much, and you've outgrown those old ways of being. It's time to let them go, to forgive yourself for any mistakes that you've made, and to move forward with a clean slate. What are those old patterns or beliefs that you're ready to release? Where do they come from? And how can you begin to dismantle them? Maybe it's time to work with a therapist, a coach, or a spiritual advisor who can help you identify and release those limiting beliefs. Or maybe it's time to start practicing mindfulness, to become more aware of your thoughts and feelings, and to challenge those negative thought patterns. It's about creating new neural pathways in your brain and about rewiring your subconscious mind to support your goals and your dreams. And the world is also about celebrating your achievements. You've come so far, you've overcome so many obstacles, and you deserve to feel proud of yourself. Take some time to acknowledge your accomplishments, to pat yourself on the back, and to savor the moment. You've earned it. How can you celebrate your achievements? Can you throw a party, treat yourself to something special, or simply take some time to reflect on your journey and appreciate how far you've come? It's important to really let yourself bask in the glow of your accomplishments. It's not selfish or arrogant to celebrate your wins. It's a healthy and necessary part of the process. It reinforces your self-esteem, it motivates you to keep going, and it allows you to fully appreciate the beauty and abundance of your life. And I feel like I need to say this, the world isn't just about personal fulfillment, it's also about contributing to the collective. It's about using your talents and skills to create a better world for everyone. What are your unique gifts? What are you passionate about? And how can you use those gifts and passions to make a positive impact on the world? Maybe it's time to start a business, create a piece of art, or write a book that inspires others. Or maybe it's time to volunteer your time, donate to a charity, or simply be a kinder, more compassionate person in your daily interactions. Every little bit counts, and every act of kindness can make a difference. And don't forget to share your wisdom with others. You've learned so much on your journey, and there are people out there who need to hear your story, who need to be inspired by your example, and who need to be guided by your wisdom. So, how can you share your wisdom? Can you mentor someone, teach a class, or simply offer your advice and support to those who need it? It's so valuable. And the world is also about embracing change. Life is constantly evolving, and nothing ever stays the same. The key is to be adaptable, to be flexible, and to be open to new possibilities. What changes are you facing in your life right now? How can you embrace those changes with grace and ease? It's important to see change as an opportunity for growth, not as a threat. When you resist change, you create unnecessary suffering for yourself. But when you embrace change, you open yourself up to new possibilities, new adventures, and new levels of fulfillment. So, how can you become more adaptable? How can you become more flexible? And how can you become more open to new possibilities? Maybe it's time to let go of your attachment to control, to trust the universe, and to allow life to unfold in its own way. Or maybe it's time to step outside of your comfort zone, to try new things, and to take risks. It's about being willing to experiment, to learn from your mistakes, and to keep moving forward, even when things get tough. Okay, wow, I feel like we've really explored the world in depth. It's so much more than just completion. It's about integration, fulfillment, contribution, and embracing change. And it's about recognizing your place in the universe and using your wisdom to create a better world for everyone. Now, let's move on to the final card, the Ace of Swords. This is all about new beginnings in the realm of thought, communication, and truth. This is exciting. Okay, so the Ace of Swords. This is like a bolt of lightning, a sudden flash of insight, a moment of clarity that cuts through the illusions and reveals the truth. It's a new idea, a new perspective, a new way of thinking that has the power to transform your life. It's like you've been searching for answers, you've been struggling with confusion, and suddenly, bam, the truth hits you like a ton of bricks, and everything becomes clear. It's like a light bulb goes off in your head, and you finally understand what you need to do. It's important to embrace this clarity, right? Because I feel like, and this ties into our theme of emotional healing, this card suggests that you're ready to embrace intellectual honesty, to confront uncomfortable truths, and to challenge your own beliefs. You're no longer willing to settle for superficial answers or to accept the status quo. You're seeking deeper understanding, greater authenticity, and a more meaningful connection with yourself and the world around you. And thinking about the sleep reading, I wonder if you're having dreams about communication, about writing, or about expressing yourself creatively. The Ace of Swords is often associated with communication, both verbal and written. It's about finding your voice, speaking your truth, and sharing your ideas with the world. Maybe you're being called to write a book, start a blog, or give a presentation. Or maybe you're simply being called to be more honest and authentic in your conversations with others. And this might be a really good time to journal. It's really powerful to consider. So, how can you find your voice? How can you speak your truth? And how can you share your ideas with the world? Maybe it's time to take a writing class, join a public speaking group, or simply start practicing expressing yourself more clearly and confidently. The Ace of Swords can sometimes indicate a feeling of being overwhelmed by information, of being bombarded with too many choices, or of being stuck in analysis paralysis. The key is to cut through the noise, to focus on what's essential, and to make a clear and decisive decision. Don't let yourself get bogged down by details or distracted by irrelevant information. Trust your intuition, follow your gut, and take action. It's time to do it. So, how can you cut through the noise? How can you focus on what's essential? And how can you make a clear and decisive decision? Maybe it's time to simplify your life, to declutter your mind, and to prioritize your goals. Or maybe it's time to seek advice from a trusted friend, mentor, or advisor who can offer you a fresh perspective and help you make a decision. And I feel like, okay, this is so important. The Ace of Swords is also about embracing shadow work. It's about confronting your fears, your insecurities, and your limiting beliefs. It's about acknowledging the dark side of your personality and integrating those shadow aspects into your conscious awareness. You can't heal what you don't acknowledge, right? So, how can you embrace shadow work? How can you confront your fears? And how can you integrate those shadow aspects into your conscious awareness? Maybe it's time to work with a therapist, a coach, or a spiritual advisor who can help you explore your shadow side in a safe and supportive environment. Or maybe it's time to start journaling, meditating, or practicing mindfulness to become more aware of your thoughts, feelings, and behaviors. And you know, the Ace of Swords is also about setting clear boundaries. It's about saying no to things that don't align with your values, your goals, or your well-being. It's about protecting your energy, your time, and your resources. You can't do everything, and you can't please everyone. It's important to prioritize your own needs and to set healthy boundaries in your relationships, your work, and your personal life. It's okay to say no. You don't have to explain yourself. No is a complete sentence. So, how can you set clear boundaries? How can you say no to things that don't align with your values? And how can you protect your energy? Maybe it's time to evaluate your relationships, your commitments, and your priorities. Or maybe it's time to start practicing assertiveness, to communicate your needs clearly and respectfully, and to stand up for yourself when necessary. I feel like I need to say this. The Ace of Swords isn't just about individual truth, it's also about collective truth. It's about speaking out against injustice, advocating for social change, and standing up for the rights of marginalized communities. What injustices are you passionate about? How can you use your voice to make a difference? And how can you contribute to a more just and equitable world? It's about using your voice. It's about challenging the status quo. It's about creating a more inclusive and compassionate world for everyone. So, speak up. Don't be afraid to be a voice for the voiceless. And don't forget to listen to others. Be open to hearing different perspectives, to understanding different experiences, and to learning from those who have been marginalized or oppressed. Empathy is so important. It's about recognizing that we're all interconnected, that our actions have a ripple effect, and that we can achieve so much more when we collaborate and support each other. And you know, the Ace of Swords is also about embracing intellectual curiosity. It's about being a lifelong learner, about seeking new knowledge, and about expanding your understanding of the world. What are you curious about? What do you want to learn more about? And how can you continue to grow and evolve on your intellectual journey? It's important to stay informed, to stay engaged, and to stay curious. Because the more you learn, the more you grow, and the more you can contribute to the world. So, read books, watch documentaries, attend lectures, and engage in stimulating conversations. Never stop learning. Okay, wow, I feel like we've really explored the Ace of Swords in depth. It's so much more than just a new idea. It's about clarity, truth, shadow work, boundaries, collective action, and intellectual curiosity. And it's about using your voice to make a positive difference in the world. So, bringing it all together. Six of Wands, the World, and Ace of Swords. You're achieving a victory, completing a major cycle, and experiencing a breakthrough in clarity and truth. It's a journey of emotional healing, guided by your intuition and subconscious wisdom. It's about embracing your accomplishments, releasing old patterns, and stepping into your power with confidence and grace. It's like the universe is saying, "You've got this. You're on the right path." Keep going, and I'm so excited to see what happens next for you. Okay, wow, so let's see what's next. Okay, here we go, the Ten of Wands. Oof, okay, right away, this feels heavy, you know? Like, literally and figuratively. This card is all about burdens, responsibilities, feeling like you're carrying the weight of the world on your shoulders, you know? Like you've got all these wands, right? Representing your energy, your passion, your drive, but you're just like lugging them around, struggling to move forward. And it just feels like so heavy. So it's like you've been working so hard, you've achieved so much, you've reached this point of completion with the world, and you've got this amazing new clarity with the Ace of Swords, but now it's like, what's the cost, you know? Like, what are you sacrificing to maintain all of this? And like, is it even sustainable? That's the question the Ten of Wands is really asking you. Like, are you trying to do too much? Are you taking on too much responsibility? Are you spreading yourself too thin? And like, are you doing it all alone? Because that's a big part of this card too, the feeling of isolation, of not having any support, of just like slogging through it all by yourself. And that can be so draining, right? And thinking about our theme of emotional healing, this card is really screaming at me that you might be carrying some emotional baggage, some unresolved issues, some past traumas that are weighing you down, you know? Like, it's not just about physical responsibilities, it's about the emotional weight that you're carrying too. And that can be even heavier, right? Because you can't see it, but it's there, constantly pulling you down, making it harder to move forward, making it harder to feel joy, making it harder to connect with others. So, like, what are those emotional burdens that you're carrying? Are you holding on to resentment? Are you holding on to guilt? Are you holding on to anger? Are you holding on to sadness? Are you holding on to fear? And like, where did those burdens come from? Did they come from your childhood? Did they come from past relationships? Did they come from societal expectations? Did they come from your own self-criticism? Because we can be so hard on ourselves, right? We can be our own worst enemies, constantly putting ourselves down, constantly telling ourselves that we're not good enough, constantly comparing ourselves to others. And that can create such a heavy burden to carry. And you know, tying this back to the Moonstone heart energy, which is all about flowing emotions, this card is like a big, fat stop sign, telling you that your emotions are blocked, that you're not allowing them to flow freely, that you're holding onto them too tightly. And that's what's creating this sense of overwhelm, this sense of burden. So, like, how can you start to release those emotions? How can you start to allow them to flow? How can you start to lighten your load? That's the question you need to be asking yourself right now. And, you know, thinking about the Six of Wands, it's like you achieved this victory, you got all this recognition, but now you're feeling the pressure to maintain that success, to live up to those expectations, to keep proving yourself, you know. Like, it's not enough to just win once, you have to keep winning, you have to keep performing, you have to keep being perfect. And that's such a heavy burden to carry. It's like you're afraid to let anyone see you struggle, you're afraid to ask for help, you're afraid to admit that you're not perfect. Because you don't want to lose that recognition, you don't want to lose that validation. But the truth is, nobody's perfect, and it's okay to struggle, and it's okay to ask for help. In fact, it's essential. Because trying to do it all alone is just going to burn you out and it's going to make you miserable. And thinking about the world, it's like you completed this big cycle, you reached this point of fulfillment, but now you're feeling the weight of all the possibilities that are opening up before you. Like you've got this blank slate, you can create anything you want, but that can be so overwhelming, right? It's like, where do you even start? How do you choose? How do you make sure you're making the right choices? And that can create such a heavy burden to carry. It's like you're afraid of making the wrong decision, you're afraid of wasting your potential, you're afraid of not living up to your full potential. But the truth is, there's no such thing as a wrong decision. Every decision is a learning opportunity, every decision is a chance to grow, every decision is a step forward on your path. And you're not going to waste your potential. You have so much to offer the world, so much to contribute, so much to create. You just need to trust yourself, trust your intuition, and trust that you're on the right path. And thinking about the Ace of Swords, it's like you got this amazing new clarity, this brilliant new idea, but now you're feeling the pressure to execute it, to bring it to life, to make it a reality, It's not enough to just have the idea, you have to actually do something with it. And that can be so daunting, right? It's like, where do you even start? How do you find the time? How do you find the resources? How do you overcome all the obstacles that are in your way? And that can create such a heavy burden to carry. It's like you're afraid of failing, you're afraid of not being able to live up to your own expectations, you're afraid of not being able to bring your vision to life. But the truth is, failure is just a part of the process. It's not a reflection of your worth, it's just a chance to learn and grow. And you are capable of bringing your vision to life. You have the skills, you have the talent, you have the passion. You just need to break it down into smaller steps, focus on one thing at a time, and trust that you'll get there eventually. And I'm also getting a sense that this burden might be related to other people's expectations of you. Maybe you're trying to please everyone, to live up to their standards, to be the person they want you to be, instead of being true to yourself. And that's such a heavy burden to carry, right? It's like you're constantly performing, constantly pretending, constantly hiding your true self. And that can be so exhausting, so draining, so soul-crushing. So, who are you trying to please? What expectations are you trying to live up to? And are those expectations even realistic? Are they even healthy? Are they even aligned with your own values? Because if they're not, it's time to let them go. It's time to stop trying to be someone you're not and start embracing your true self. It's time to start living for yourself instead of living for others. And, another possibility is that you're feeling burdened by your own self-criticism, like I mentioned before. Maybe you're constantly putting yourself down, constantly telling yourself that you're not good enough, constantly focusing on your flaws and your imperfections. And that can create such a heavy burden to carry. It's like you're constantly judging yourself, constantly comparing yourself to others, constantly trying to be perfect. And that's just impossible, right? Nobody's perfect. We all have flaws, we all make mistakes, we all have things we're not good at. But that's what makes us human. That's what makes us unique. That's what makes us beautiful. So, how can you start to be kinder to yourself? How can you start to accept yourself, flaws and all? How can you start to focus on your strengths and your accomplishments instead of dwelling on your weaknesses and your failures? Because you have so much to offer the world, so much to be proud of. You just need to start recognizing it. And, I'm also getting a sense that this burden might be related to a fear of letting go. Maybe you're holding on to things that are no longer serving you, things that are weighing you down, things that are preventing you from moving forward. And you're afraid to let them go because you're afraid of what will happen if you do. You're afraid of losing control, you're afraid of the unknown, you're afraid of change. But the truth is, letting go is often the most liberating thing you can do. It frees you from the past, it allows you to embrace the present, and it opens you up to new possibilities in the future. So, what are you afraid to let go of? What's holding you back? And what would happen if you finally released it? What would it feel like to be free? And another possibility is that you're simply exhausted. Maybe you've been working too hard, pushing yourself too hard, and not taking enough time to rest and recharge. And that can create such a heavy burden to carry. It's like you're running on empty, you're depleted, you're burned out. And you just need to take a break, to step back, to slow down, and to give yourself permission to rest. It's okay to not be productive all the time. It's okay to take a day off, to sleep in, to do nothing but relax and enjoy yourself. In fact, it's essential, because if you don't take care of yourself, you're not going to be able to take care of anyone else. You're not going to be able to achieve your goals. You're not going to be able to live a happy and fulfilling life. So, how can you prioritize self-care? How can you make time for rest and relaxation? How can you recharge your batteries? Because you deserve it. And I think the most important thing to remember with the Ten of Wands is that you don't have to carry this burden alone. You don't have to do it all yourself. You can ask for help. You can delegate responsibilities. You can set boundaries. You can say no. You can prioritize your own needs. And you can trust that you're not alone, that there are people who care about you, who want to support you, who are willing to help you lighten your load. So, who can you ask for help? Who can you delegate to? What boundaries can you set? What can you say no to? And how can you start to trust that you're not alone? And, really thinking about the emotional healing aspect, this card is a big invitation to practice self-forgiveness, like we talked about with the Six of Wands. Because maybe some of these burdens are related to past mistakes, past regrets, past traumas. And you're holding on to them, you're beating yourself up about them, you're punishing yourself for them. But that's not helping anyone, least of all you. It's time to forgive yourself, to let go of the past, and to move forward with a clean slate. You did the best you could with what you knew at the time, and you've learned from your mistakes, and you're a better person because of them. So, what do you need to forgive yourself for? What regrets are you holding on to? What traumas are you still processing? And how can you start to let them go? How can you start to heal? And I'm also getting a sense that this burden might be related to a lack of self-worth. Maybe you don't believe that you're worthy of help, worthy of support, worthy of love, worthy of success. And that's why you're trying to do it all yourself, because you don't think anyone else will do it as well as you, or because you don't think you deserve the help. But that's just not true. You are worthy. You are deserving. You are enough. And you deserve to have support, you deserve to have love, you deserve to have success. So, how can you start to cultivate self-worth? How can you start to believe in yourself? How can you start to recognize your own value? Because you are amazing, you are talented, you are capable, and you have so much to offer the world. You just need to start believing it. And I think the key to lightening your load is to start by identifying what's truly essential, what's truly important, and what's truly aligned with your values. Because a lot of times, we're carrying around things that we don't even need, things that are just weighing us down, things that are distracting us from what really matters. So, what's truly essential in your life? What's truly important? What's truly aligned with your values? And what can you let go of? What can you delegate? What can you simplify? Because when you focus on what's essential, you free up so much energy, so much time, so much space in your life. And that allows you to move forward with greater ease, greater clarity, and greater joy. And I'm also getting a sense that this burden might be related to a lack of boundaries, like we talked about with the Ace of Swords. Maybe you're saying yes to everything, you're taking on too many commitments, you're letting people take advantage of you. And that's why you're feeling so overwhelmed and so burdened. You need to start setting clear boundaries to protect your energy, to protect your time, and to protect your own well-being. You can't do everything and you can't please everyone. It's okay to say no. It's okay to prioritize your own needs. It's okay to put yourself first. So, where do you need to set boundaries? Who do you need to say no to? And how can you start to prioritize your own well-being? And, really thinking about the Moonstone Heart energy, this card is a big reminder to connect with your intuition, to listen to your inner voice, and to trust your own guidance. Because your intuition knows what's best for you. It knows what you need to let go of, it knows what you need to simplify, it knows what you need to prioritize. You just need to quiet your mind, listen to your heart, and trust that you'll be guided in the right direction. So, how can you connect with your intuition? How can you listen to your inner voice? And how can you start to trust your own guidance? Maybe it's time to start meditating, journaling, or spending time in nature. Or maybe it's time to simply slow down, pay attention to your feelings, and trust that you know what's best for you. And, I think the most important thing to remember is that this is just a temporary situation. This burden isn't going to last forever. You have the strength, you have the resilience, and you have the resources to overcome this challenge and to lighten your load. You just need to take it one step at a time, focus on what's essential, and trust that you'll get through it. And I'm so excited to see what the next cards reveal about how you can release this burden and move forward with greater ease and joy. Maybe the next cards will offer some specific strategies for lightening your load, or maybe they'll reveal some hidden strengths that you can tap into, or maybe they'll simply offer some encouragement and support to help you get through this tough time. I just feel like this is a turning point, you're on the verge of a major breakthrough, and the next cards are going to give you the guidance you need to make it happen. So, get ready, because the best is yet to come. Okay, so get this, okay, here we go. So the next card is the Moon. Ooh, this is interesting, super interesting, okay. So the Moon, right, it's all about intuition and dreams and the subconscious, but it's also about illusions and fears and things that are hidden, So it's a really powerful card for digging deeper, for understanding what's really going on beneath the surface. So right away, what this is telling me, okay, is that all that weight from the Ten of Wands. It's not just about physical responsibilities, or external pressures. It's about something deeper, something more hidden, something that's lurking in your subconscious. Ooh, I'm excited. What are you really afraid of? What are you not seeing clearly? What illusions are you clinging to? That's what the Moon is asking you to explore. And it's so cool because it's totally connected to that Moonstone heart energy, right? Because that's all about intuition and connecting to your subconscious. So it's your angels are really nudging you to pay attention to your dreams, to your feelings, to your gut instincts, because they're trying to show you something important. And okay, so thinking about the Six of Wands, right? And that victory and recognition, maybe, just maybe, the fear is that you don't really deserve it, maybe there's this deep-seated insecurity that you're a fraud, that you're going to be exposed, that people are going to find out that you're not as good as they think you are. Ooh, I think that's so real, right? It's you've achieved this success, but you're secretly terrified that it's all going to be taken away from you. And that's why you're carrying all those wands, that's why you're working so hard, that's why you're trying to do everything perfectly, because you're trying to prove yourself, not just to others, but to yourself. You're trying to convince yourself that you're worthy of this success. But the Moon is saying that, that's an illusion, you are worthy. You don't have to prove anything to anyone. You're talented, you're capable, and you deserve all the good things that are coming your way. But you have to believe it, You have to let go of that fear, you have to let go of that insecurity, and you have to embrace your own light. And okay, so then thinking about the world, right, and that sense of completion and fulfillment, maybe the fear is that, this is it, maybe this is as good as it's going to get, and it's all downhill from here. What if you can't top this? What if you can't create something even better? What if you've reached your peak and now you're just going to fade away? Ooh, that's scary, right? It's you've climbed to the top of the mountain and now you're looking down and you're wondering where do I go from here? And that can be so paralyzing, right? It can make you feel like you're stuck, you can't move forward, you're carrying this huge weight on your shoulders. But the Moon is saying that that's also an illusion, life is a journey, it's not a destination. There's always something new to explore, something new to create, something new to learn. You haven't reached your peak, you're just getting started. And the possibilities are endless as long as you're willing to stay open, to stay curious, and to keep exploring. And okay, then thinking about the Ace of Swords, right? And that new clarity and truth, maybe the fear is that the truth is too much to handle, maybe there are things that you're better off not knowing, things that would shatter your illusions, things that would change everything. Ooh, that's heavy. It's you finally found the courage to seek the truth, but now you're afraid of what you might find. You're afraid of what it might mean for your life, for your relationships, for your sense of self. And that can make you want to turn back, to hide from the truth, to cling to your old beliefs. But the moon is saying that, like, the truth will set you free, you know? Like, even if it's painful, even if it's challenging, it's always better to know the truth than to live in ignorance. Because the truth is the foundation for healing, for growth, for transformation. And once you know the truth, you can start to create a life that's based on reality, not on illusions. And like, okay, so really digging into this emotional healing aspect, right? The moon is like shining a light on all those hidden wounds, all those unresolved traumas, all those buried emotions that you've been trying to ignore for so long. It's bringing them to the surface, forcing you to confront them, to feel them, to heal them. And that can be really scary, right? It can feel like you're drowning in your own emotions, like you're losing control. But the moon is saying that, like, it's okay to feel your feelings, you know? It's okay to cry, it's okay to be angry, it's okay to be sad. You don't have to suppress your emotions, you don't have to pretend that you're okay. You just have to allow yourself to feel them, to process them, and to release them. And like, the thing about the moon, too, is that it's so connected to your dreams, right? So, like, pay attention to your dreams. Seriously, because they're trying to tell you something. They're like messages from your subconscious, little clues about what's really going on inside of you. Are you having nightmares? Are you having recurring dreams? Are you having dreams that are just like totally bizarre and nonsensical? Write them down, think about them, talk about them. Because they can give you so much insight into your fears, your insecurities, your desires, your needs. And like, okay, so thinking about the moonstone heart, right, and that flowing energy, the moon is like asking you to tap into your intuition, to trust your gut instincts, to listen to your inner voice. Because your intuition is always guiding you, always leading you in the right direction. But you have to be willing to listen, you have to be willing to trust, and you have to be willing to follow. Are you ignoring your intuition? Are you second-guessing yourself? Are you letting other people's opinions sway you? Stop it. You know what's best for you. You have the answers inside of you. You just have to trust yourself enough to listen. And like, okay, so another thing about the moon is that it's all about cycles, right? Like, the moon goes through phases, from new moon to full moon and back again. And that's like a metaphor for life, right? Life is full of ups and downs, beginnings and endings, periods of growth and periods of rest. So, like, maybe you're in a period of transition right now, a period of uncertainty, a period of darkness. And that can be scary, right? It can feel like you're lost, like you don't know where you're going, like you're stumbling around in the dark. But the moon is saying that, like, this is just a phase, you know? It's not going to last forever. The light will return, the sun will rise, and you'll find your way again. You just have to be patient, you have to be resilient, and you have to trust that you'll get through it. And like, okay, so really thinking about this burden from the Ten of Wands, the moon is like asking you to release control, to surrender to the unknown, to trust that everything is happening for a reason. Because you can't control everything, you can't predict the future, and you can't prevent bad things from happening. But you can control how you respond to those things. You can control your attitude, you can control your perspective, and you can control your actions. So, like, instead of trying to control everything, just focus on what you can control and let go of the rest. Trust that the universe has a plan for you, and that everything will work out in the end. And like, okay, so another possibility is that you're feeling burdened by secrets, you know? Like, maybe you're keeping something from someone, or maybe someone is keeping something from you. And that can create a lot of tension, a lot of anxiety, a lot of guilt. It's like you're walking on eggshells, afraid of what will happen if the truth comes out. But the moon is saying that, like, secrets have a way of coming out eventually, you know? Like, the truth always finds its way to the surface. So, it's better to be honest, to be transparent, to be authentic. Even if it's difficult, even if it's painful, it's always better to clear the air and to be open and honest with yourself and with others. And like, okay, so really digging into this idea of illusions, the moon is like asking you to question your beliefs, to challenge your assumptions, and to be willing to see things from a different perspective. Because we all have biases, we all have prejudices, and we all have blind spots. And sometimes, those biases can prevent us from seeing the truth. They can distort our reality and make us believe things that aren't true. So, like, be willing to question everything, to challenge everything, and to be open to new ideas. don't just accept things at face value. Do your research, think critically, and form your own opinions. And don't be afraid to change your mind if you learn something new. And okay, so another thing about the moon is that it's all about creativity, right? It's about imagination, inspiration, and artistic expression. So maybe you're feeling called to express yourself creatively, to tap into your inner artist, to create something beautiful and meaningful. Are you neglecting your creative side? Are you suppressing your artistic impulses? Are you afraid of being judged? Stop it. Creativity is essential for your well-being. It's a way to express your emotions, to process your experiences, and to connect with your soul. So, find a creative outlet that you enjoy and let your imagination run wild. And okay, so really thinking about the Six of Wands again, maybe you're afraid that your success is based on luck, you know? Maybe you don't think you actually earned it, that you just got lucky. And that can make you feel really insecure, like you're just waiting for your luck to run out. But the moon is saying that, luck is just opportunity meeting preparation, you know? You've worked hard, you've developed your skills, and you've put yourself in a position to succeed. You didn't just get lucky, you created your own luck. So, own your accomplishments, be proud of your achievements, and trust that you have what it takes to continue succeeding. And okay, so thinking about the world again, maybe you're afraid that you're going to lose everything you've gained, you know? Maybe you're afraid that your happiness is fragile, that it can be taken away from you at any moment. And that can make you cling to things, to try to control everything, to be afraid of change. But the moon is saying that everything is impermanent, you know? Nothing lasts forever. But that's okay. Change is a natural part of life. It's what allows us to grow, to evolve, and to experience new things. So, instead of trying to hold on to things, just appreciate them while you have them, and be open to whatever comes next. And okay, so thinking about the Ace of Swords again, maybe you're afraid that the truth will hurt someone you love, you know? Maybe you're keeping a secret to protect them, or maybe you're afraid that they won't be able to handle the truth. But the moon is saying that, honesty is always the best policy, you know? Even if it's painful, it's always better to be honest with the people you love. Because secrets can create distance, mistrust, and resentment. And those things can damage relationships. So, be brave, be honest, and trust that your loved ones will be able to handle the truth. And okay, so really digging into this subconscious stuff, the moon is asking you to explore your shadow side, you know? Those parts of yourself that you don't like, that you're ashamed of, that you try to hide from the world. We all have a shadow side. It's part of being human. And it's not something to be afraid of. It's something to be embraced. Because your shadow side contains a lot of power, a lot of creativity, and a lot of wisdom. So, get to know your shadow side. Explore your dark side. Embrace your imperfections. Because that's where you'll find your true strength. And okay, so another possibility is that you're feeling burdened by the past, you know. Maybe you're holding onto old grudges, old resentments, old traumas. And those things are weighing you down, preventing you from moving forward and clouding your vision. But the moon is saying that, the past is over, you know? You can't change it, but you can learn from it. You can heal from it, and you can let it go. Forgive yourself, forgive others, and move on. Don't let the past define you. Let it empower you. And okay, so really thinking about this idea of intuition again, the moon is reminding you that you have all the answers inside of you, you know? You don't need to look outside of yourself for guidance. You don't need to rely on other people's opinions. You have your own inner compass, your own inner wisdom, your own inner truth. So trust yourself, believe in yourself, and follow your heart. You know what's best for you. And you have the power to create the life you want. And okay, so another thing about the moon is that it's all about mystery, right? It's about the unknown, the unseen, the unexplainable. So maybe you're feeling drawn to the mystical, the magical, the spiritual. And that's a good thing. It means you're open to something bigger than yourself, something more profound than the everyday. So explore your spirituality, connect with your intuition, and embrace the mystery of life. Don't be afraid to believe in something that you can't see, something that you can't explain. Because that's where the real magic happens. And okay, so really thinking about the moonstone heart energy again, The moon is like asking you to be gentle with yourself, to be kind to yourself, and to be compassionate with yourself. Because you're going through a lot right now. You're facing some big challenges and you're dealing with some deep emotions. So don't be hard on yourself. Don't beat yourself up. Just be patient, be understanding, and be loving. You deserve to be treated with kindness and compassion. So give yourself the love and support you need to heal and to grow. And okay, so what if, right? What if all those wands you're carrying in the Ten of Wands, what if they're not burdens at all? What if they're actually sources of power? But you're just not seeing them clearly, you know? What if the moon is there to show you that what you perceive as heavy, as difficult as a chore, can actually be a strength, can be a gift? Ooh, that's a cool thought. It's like maybe those responsibilities, maybe those commitments, maybe those challenges, they're not weighing you down, they're lifting you up. They're making you stronger, they're making you more resilient, they're making you more capable. But you have to shift your perspective, you have to change your mindset, and you have to see them in a new light. And what if the moon is also highlighting the importance of self-care? What if it's saying that the reason you're feeling so burdened is because you're not taking care of yourself, you know? You're not getting enough sleep, you're not eating healthy, you're not exercising, you're not spending time in nature, you're not connecting with your loved ones, you're not doing things that bring you joy. So maybe the solution is to prioritize self-care, to make time for yourself, to do things that nourish your body, mind, and soul. Because when you take care of yourself, you have more energy, more clarity, and more resilience to handle the challenges of life. And okay, so really getting down to it, right? What if the moon is a message that you need to trust the process? Maybe you're trying to rush things, you're trying to force things, you're trying to control things. And that's just creating more stress, more anxiety, and more burden. So maybe you need to just relax, let go, and trust that everything is unfolding in divine timing. Trust that the universe has a plan for you, and that everything will work out in the end. You don't have to know all the answers, you don't have to have everything figured out. Just trust that you're on the right path and keep moving forward, one step at a time. And seriously, this moon card is so deep, right? It's so much about looking beneath the surface, about trusting your intuition, and about understanding that things aren't always what they seem. It is really about digging deep, okay? And, wow, with all these cards together, right? It's like you're being asked to balance your external achievements with your internal world, you know? You've achieved so much, you've gained so much clarity, but now you need to integrate those things into your sense of self, to make sure that they're aligned with your values, your beliefs, and your emotions. So, how can you create more balance in your life? How can you integrate your external achievements with your internal world? And what's the final piece of the puzzle? What's the final message that your angels want you to know? Ooh, I can't wait to see what the next card is. Okay, so after that deep dive with the moon, let's see what's next, okay? Okay, drum roll please. The Three of Cups. Ooh, that's interesting. Okay, so right away, this card is giving me friendship, celebration, community vibes, you know. It's after all that heavy stuff with the Ten of Wands and the moon, this is a breath of fresh air. Hi, friend. Oh my gosh, I am so excited to dive into this sleep reading for you. With the Amethyst Angel Stone, we're really focusing on balancing your energy and finding that serenity you deserve, especially when it comes to your sleep cycle, you know? It's all about restoring harmony, getting you that restful night you need. So, let's see what the angels want you to know, okay? Okay, so, wow, these cards are really interesting together. We've got the Five of Pentacles, the Eight of Wands, and the Chariot. Just looking at them, I'm getting this feeling of like a journey, but not a smooth one, you know? It's like you might be feeling a bit left out in the cold, maybe struggling with something that's affecting your sleep. That's the Five of Pentacles. Then, bam. The Eight of Wands comes rushing in with all this information, maybe lots of ideas or things happening quickly. And then, finally, the Chariot, which is all about taking control and moving forward, but it requires willpower, right? So, overall, it feels like maybe you've been feeling kind of deprived or lacking something when it comes to sleep, right? Like maybe you're not getting enough sleep, or the sleep you're getting isn't restful, and that's leaving you feeling, I don't know, vulnerable or exposed, or just not quite yourself. And then, the Eight of Wands, it's like the universe is throwing all these solutions at you. Maybe you're reading a ton of articles about sleep hygiene, or you're getting advice from everyone you know, or maybe you're even trying a bunch of different things all at once. But it's like too much, too fast, right? It can feel overwhelming. And that leads to the Chariot. It's like, okay, now you need to take all of that information and energy and really focus it. Really steer your own ship and take control of your sleep. It's about finding the right direction and having the willpower to stick to it, you know? It's not just about trying things, it's about mastering your sleep right. Because the Amethyst is all about balance, I feel like this is telling us that right now, your sleep cycle might be feeling really unbalanced. Like, you're either not getting enough, or you're tossing and turning all night, or maybe you're waking up feeling just as tired as when you went to bed. And that lack of balance is affecting other areas of your life, right? Your mood, your energy levels, your ability to focus. So, the angels are really highlighting this imbalance and urging you to take action to restore that harmony, to get back to a place where you feel rested, refreshed, and ready to take on the day, which you deserve. The Five of Pentacles is really interesting because it often shows up when we're feeling like excluded or abandoned, almost like we're on the outside looking in. And in the context of sleep, that could mean a lot of things, right? Maybe you feel like everyone else is able to fall asleep easily and sleep soundly, and you're just not. Like you're missing out on something that everyone else has. Or maybe you're struggling with a sleep disorder that makes you feel isolated and alone, like nobody understands what you're going through. You know, like insomnia, it's so hard to explain to people who sleep well what it feels like to lie awake for hours. It could also represent a feeling of lacking resources or support, right? Maybe you don't have the right mattress, or the right pillows, or the right environment to create a restful sleep space. Or maybe you don't have the time or the money to invest in things that could improve your sleep, like a white noise machine or blackout curtains or even therapy, you know? Because sleep problems are often linked to anxiety or stress, so it's like it's all connected. This card could even be highlighting a fear of vulnerability that surfaces at night. When we're asleep, we're at our most vulnerable, right? And if you're dealing with anxiety or past trauma, that vulnerability can feel really scary, and it can make it hard to let go and fall asleep. But here's the thing, because this is about angelic guidance, the angels see you. They see you standing outside in the cold, feeling lost and alone, but they're not leaving you there, okay? This card is a wake-up call, a message that you deserve support, and that you don't have to struggle with this on your own. The Amethyst Angel is all about balancing, right? So this is really highlighting the imbalance you're feeling, but it's also a promise that balance is possible. Okay, so let's dive a little deeper into this Five of Pentacles, because I feel like there's more to unpack here. Sometimes this card can also represent a feeling of spiritual disconnection, right? And that can definitely affect your sleep. Like, if you're not feeling grounded or connected to your higher self, you might find it harder to quiet your mind and relax enough to fall asleep. It's like your spirit is restless, you know? You might even be experiencing nightmares or disturbing dreams that are reflecting this spiritual unease. So, ask yourself, are you feeling disconnected from your faith or your spiritual practices? Are you neglecting your meditation or prayer time? Are you spending enough time in nature, connecting with the earth's energy? Because these things can really have a big impact on your sleep, you know? And I think, too, the Five of Pentacles can sometimes point to a lack of self-worth, right? Like, you don't feel like you deserve to sleep well, or that you're worthy of rest and relaxation, which is totally not true. You absolutely deserve to sleep well. But sometimes those subconscious beliefs can really sabotage us, you know? So maybe ask yourself, are you being too hard on yourself? Are you putting too much pressure on yourself to be productive all the time? Are you neglecting your own needs in favor of others? Because if you're not valuing yourself, it's going to be really hard to prioritize your sleep, you know. It's like you're telling yourself it's not important. Another thing that's coming to me is, sometimes the Five of Pentacles can represent physical ailments, right? You might be dealing with a chronic pain condition or an illness that's interfering with your sleep. Or maybe you're experiencing some kind of physical discomfort that's keeping you awake at night. It could be something as simple as, heartburn or restless legs syndrome, or it could be something more serious. So, it's important to listen to your body and pay attention to any physical symptoms that might be affecting your sleep, and definitely talk to a doctor if you're concerned, okay? Don't just ignore it. But okay, let's bring it back to the balancing energy of the Amethyst Angel. Because even though the Five of Pentacles can feel really negative, it's also an opportunity for growth, right? It's a chance to identify what's lacking in your life and to take steps to address it. So, if you're feeling disconnected spiritually, start incorporating some spiritual practices into your daily routine, like meditation or yoga or spending time in nature. If you're struggling with low self-worth, start practicing self-compassion and reminding yourself of your worth. And if you're dealing with a physical ailment, seek medical attention and explore natural remedies that can help alleviate your symptoms. The angels are really urging you to take proactive steps to improve your sleep and to create a more balanced and harmonious life for yourself, you know? And remember, you're not alone in this. The angels are with you every step of the way, guiding you and supporting you. They want you to know that you're worthy of rest and relaxation, and that you have the power to create a sleep cycle that nourishes your body, mind, and spirit. Okay, so now let's move on to the Eight of Wands. This card is all about speed and action, right? It's like things are happening really quickly, and you're being bombarded with information and opportunities. And in the context of sleep, that could mean a lot of things, too. Maybe you're suddenly really motivated to improve your sleep, and you're trying a bunch of different things all at once, like I was saying before. You're buying new pillows, you're downloading sleep apps, you're trying different sleep schedules, you know. Or maybe you're getting a lot of advice from friends and family, and everyone has a different opinion on what you should be doing to sleep better. Try this tea. No, do this meditation. It's a lot. It could also represent a sudden influx of information about sleep disorders, right? Like maybe you've been researching insomnia or sleep apnea, and you're finding all these articles and websites and videos that are just overwhelming you with information. It's like you're trying to drink from a fire hose, you know? And that can actually make it harder to fall asleep because you're just too wired and anxious from all the information overload. But the Eight of Wands can also be a really positive card, right? It can represent a surge of energy and motivation, a feeling of excitement and enthusiasm. And in the context of sleep, that could mean that you're finally ready to take action and make some real changes in your life. You're feeling empowered and optimistic about your ability to improve your sleep, and you're willing to try new things and experiment until you find what works for you. However, it's important to remember that the Eight of Wands is a very fast-paced card, right? And sometimes, that speed can be a bit overwhelming. It's like you're trying to juggle too many things at once, and you're afraid of dropping the ball. So, it's important to take a step back and prioritize what's really important, and to avoid getting caught up in the chaos, you know? Because the amethyst is about balancing, too much action can be just as bad as not enough. Okay, so let's dig a little deeper into this Eight of Wands because I feel like there's more to unpack here. Sometimes this card can represent communication, right? And that could mean that you're finally ready to talk to someone about your sleep problems, whether it's a doctor, a therapist, or a trusted friend or family member. You're opening up and sharing your struggles, and you're seeking support and guidance. Or it could mean that you're finally able to communicate your needs to your partner or your family, like, "Hey, I really need to go to bed earlier tonight," or "Can you please be quiet while I'm trying to fall asleep?" You know, setting those boundaries is so important. It could also represent travel, right? And that could mean that you're planning a vacation or a trip that will help you relax and distress, which can definitely improve your sleep. Or it could mean that you're experiencing jet lag or other sleep disruptions due to travel. So, if you're planning a trip, it's important to be mindful of your sleep schedule and to take steps to minimize jet lag, like adjusting your sleep schedule gradually before you travel, and staying hydrated and avoiding caffeine and alcohol during the flight, you know? Another thing that's coming to me is like, sometimes the Eight of Wands can represent sudden insights or breakthroughs, right? Like you suddenly realize what's been causing your sleep problems, or you discover a new technique or strategy that really helps you fall asleep. It's like a light bulb moment, you know? And that can be really exciting and empowering. But it's important to remember that these insights are just the first step, right? You still need to take action and implement those changes in your life to see real results. But okay, let's bring it back to the balancing energy of the Amethyst Angel. Because even though the Eight of Wands can feel really exciting and energizing, it's also important to stay grounded and focused, right? Don't get caught up in the hype or the latest trends. Instead, focus on finding what works best for you and creating a sleep routine that's sustainable and enjoyable. Because, again, balance is key. The angels are really urging you to harness the energy of the Eight of Wands to take action and improve your sleep, but also to be mindful of your limits and to avoid getting overwhelmed. They want you to know that you have the power to create a sleep cycle that's both energizing and restful, and that you can achieve your goals by staying focused and committed, you know? Okay, so now let's move on to the final card, the Chariot. This card is all about control, willpower, and determination, right? It's about taking charge of your life and moving forward with confidence and purpose. And in the context of sleep, that could mean that you're finally ready to take control of your sleep cycle and to create a routine that works for you. You're no longer willing to let insomnia or other sleep problems dictate your life, and you're determined to find a solution, you know? It could also represent a need to overcome obstacles and challenges that are interfering with your sleep, right? Maybe you're dealing with stress at work, or relationship problems, or financial worries that are keeping you awake at night. And the Chariot is telling you that you have the strength and the willpower to overcome these challenges and to create a more peaceful and restful life for yourself. But the Chariot is not just about willpower, right? It's also about direction and focus. You need to know where you're going and how you're going to get there. And in the context of sleep, that could mean that you need to set clear goals for yourself and create a plan of action to achieve them. Like, I'm going to go to bed at the same time every night, or I'm going to meditate for 15 minutes before bed, or I'm going to avoid caffeine after noon. You know. Having those clear goals and that plan of action is really important. It's also important to remember that the Chariot is a card of balance, right? It's about finding the right balance between control and surrender. You need to be proactive and take action to improve your sleep, but you also need to be willing to let go and surrender to the process, you know. You can't force yourself to fall asleep, and you can't control every aspect of your sleep environment. Sometimes, you just need to trust that your body knows what it's doing and allow yourself to relax and drift off to sleep. Okay, so let's dig a little deeper into this Chariot card, because I feel like there's still more to unpack here. Sometimes this card can represent travel, right? And we talked about that a little bit with the Eight of Wands, but with the Chariot, it's more about taking control of your journey, right? It's like you're actively choosing to travel to places that will nourish your soul and promote relaxation, whether that's a beach vacation, a yoga retreat, or a visit to a peaceful mountain town, you know. It could also represent a need to assert yourself and set boundaries, right? Like, maybe you're surrounded by people who don't respect your sleep needs, or who are constantly disrupting your sleep. And the Chariot is telling you that you need to stand up for yourself and set some boundaries, like, hey, I need to go to bed now, so please don't call me after 10 p.m. Or, I need a quiet environment to sleep, so please turn down the TV. You know, it's about taking control of your environment and protecting your sleep. Another thing that's coming to me is like, sometimes the Chariot can represent competition, right? And in the context of sleep, that could mean that you're competing with yourself to get the perfect night's sleep, or that you're comparing your sleep habits to those of others. And the Chariot is telling you that you need to let go of that competition and focus on your own journey, right? Everyone's different, and what works for one person may not work for another. So, focus on finding what works best for you and creating a sleep routine that's tailored to your individual needs. But okay, let's bring it back one more time to the balancing energy of the Amethyst Angel. Because even though the Chariot can feel really powerful and assertive, it's also important to be kind and compassionate with yourself, right? Don't beat yourself up if you have a bad night's sleep or if you slip up and break your sleep routine. Just acknowledge what happened, learn from it, and get back on track the next day. Because sleep is a journey, not a destination, and there will be ups and downs along the way. The angels are really urging you to embrace the energy of the Chariot to take control of your sleep and create a more restful and fulfilling life for yourself. They want you to know that you have the strength, the willpower, and the determination to overcome any obstacles that stand in your way, and that you can achieve your goals by staying focused, committed, and kind to yourself, you know. So overall, these cards are really telling a story of transformation and empowerment when it comes to your sleep. You might be feeling a bit lost or lacking something right now, but you have the power to take control and create a more balanced and harmonious sleep cycle for yourself. The angels are with you every step of the way, guiding you and supporting you. Just remember to stay focused, committed, and kind to yourself, and you'll be sleeping soundly in no time, okay? Next, we will draw another card to see what specific action you can take right now. How exciting is that? Okay, so, wow, the Eight of Swords. This is like a really interesting card to come up right now, you know? Because it often represents feeling trapped or restricted, or like you don't have any choices, but like a lot of the time, it's a feeling that you're putting on yourself, you know? Like, the boundaries that you're experiencing are kinda self-imposed. So, in the context of this sleep reading, especially building on the Five of Pentacles, the Eight of Wands, and the Chariot, it's like, maybe you're feeling trapped by your sleep problems, right? Like you feel like you're a prisoner of your insomnia, or your anxiety, or whatever it is that's keeping you up at night. And like, you don't see a way out, like you're stuck in this cycle, which is so frustrating. Or it could be that you're feeling trapped by all the advice you've been getting, right? Like the Eight of Wands, all that information rushing at you. Now you're like, okay, I have to try this new thing. Or, I have to do that. And like, you feel like you're losing your freedom, and you can't even decide what's best for you because everyone else is telling you what to do, you know? It's like you're paralyzed by choice, right? Or it could be that you're feeling trapped by your own expectations because of the Chariot, right? Like you're putting so much pressure on yourself to sleep perfectly, to control your sleep, that you're actually making it worse. Because sleep is not something you can really force, right? It's something that has to happen naturally. And when you're trying too hard, it just backfires. So, you're feeling trapped by your own need for control, you know? So, yeah, the Eight of Swords. It's all about that feeling of being stuck and limited and unable to see your options. And sometimes it can feel really overwhelming, like you're drowning in your own problems, or you're surrounded by walls that you can't climb over, you know? But here's the thing, and this is so important. The Eight of Swords is rarely about real physical limitations. It's almost always about PERCEIVD limitations, okay? It's about the stories we tell ourselves, the beliefs we hold about ourselves, and the fears that are holding us back. So, the angels are showing you this card because they want you to see that you're not really as trapped as you think you are, okay? You have more power and more freedom than you realize. And the Amethyst Angel is here to help you find that balance, to see your options more clearly, and to break free from the chains that are holding you back, okay. So, let's dive a little deeper into each of those possibilities I mentioned, because I feel like one of them might really resonate. So first, let's talk about the possibility that you're feeling trapped by your sleep problems themselves, like your insomnia or your anxiety. Because, that's a really common feeling, right? When you're struggling with sleep, it can feel like it's taking over your entire life. You're constantly thinking about it, worrying about it, planning around it. And it's like, I can't do this because I'm going to be too tired. Or, I can't go there because I won't be able to sleep. And it's like your world is shrinking, and you're feeling more and more isolated, which makes total sense given the Five of Pentacles we saw earlier, right? Because you're feeling excluded from the world of good sleepers. But the angels want you to know that your sleep problems don't define you, okay? They're just one part of your experience, and they don't have to control your whole life. You have the power to take back control, to reclaim your freedom, and to live a full and meaningful life, even when you're not sleeping perfectly. So, ask yourself, what are the specific ways that your sleep problems are limiting you? Are you avoiding social situations? Are you missing out on opportunities at work? Are you neglecting your hobbies and interests? And then, think about what small steps you can take to start breaking free from those limitations. Maybe you can start by just going out for a short walk, even if you're tired, or by calling a friend, even if you don't feel like talking. It's about pushing yourself just a little bit outside of your comfort zone and reminding yourself that you're still capable of doing things, even when you're not at your best. And remember, it's okay to ask for help, okay? Talk to your doctor, talk to a therapist, join a support group. There are people who understand what you're going through and who can offer you guidance and support. You don't have to do this alone, okay? And the Amethyst Angel is here to remind you that you're not alone, and that you have the strength to overcome your sleep problems and create a more fulfilling life for yourself. Okay, so let's move on to the second possibility, which is that you're feeling trapped by all the advice you've been getting, right? Because, like I said before, the Eight of Wands can be really overwhelming. It's like everyone has an opinion on what you should be doing to sleep better, and they're all throwing their advice at you, and it's like, make it stop. And it's like you're drowning in information, and you don't know what to believe or who to listen to. And that can actually make it harder to fall asleep, because you're just too stressed out and confused. So, the angels are showing you the Eight of Swords to remind you that you don't have to follow everyone else's advice, okay? You have the right to choose what's best for you, and to trust your own intuition. You are the expert on your own body and your own experience, so you get to decide what feels right. So, take a step back from all the noise and ask yourself, what do you really want? What do you think would help you sleep better? And then, focus on those things and ignore the rest, okay? It's okay to say no to advice, it's okay to set boundaries, and it's okay to prioritize your own needs. Because honestly, sometimes the best thing you can do for your sleep is to just relax and let go of all the pressure. Stop trying so hard, and just allow yourself to drift off to sleep. And the Amethyst Angel is here to help you find that balance, to trust your own intuition, and to create a sleep routine that's right for you, not for anyone else, okay? Okay, so let's talk about the third possibility, which is that you're feeling trapped by your own expectations, right? Because we saw the Chariot, and that's all about control and willpower and making things happen. But sometimes that need for control can actually backfire when it comes to sleep, because sleep is not something you can force. The more you try to control it, the more it eludes you. It's like trying to catch a butterfly. The harder you try, the more it flies away. So, the angels are showing you the Eight of Swords to remind you that you need to let go of some of that control, okay? You need to surrender to the process and trust that your body knows what it's doing. You don't have to be perfect, you don't have to sleep perfectly, and you don't have to control every aspect of your sleep environment. Sometimes, the best thing you can do is to just relax and let go of all the expectations, and allow yourself to drift off to sleep. So, ask yourself, what are the expectations that you're putting on yourself when it comes to sleep? Are you expecting to fall asleep instantly? Are you expecting to sleep through the night without waking up? Are you expecting to wake up feeling refreshed and energized every morning? And then, challenge those expectations and ask yourself if they're realistic, or if they're just putting unnecessary pressure on yourself, And remember, it's okay to have bad nights, it's okay to wake up tired, and it's okay to not be perfect, okay? Because sleep is a natural process, and it's going to fluctuate from night to night, just like everything else in life, And the Amethyst Angel is here to help you find that balance, to let go of your need for control, and to accept that sleep is not something you can force, it's something you have to allow, okay? So, yeah, the Eight of Swords is all about breaking free from those perceived limitations, those stories we tell ourselves, and those fears that are holding us back. And the angels are showing you this card because they want you to know that you have the power to do that, okay? You have the strength, the courage, and the wisdom to overcome your sleep problems and create a more peaceful and fulfilling life for yourself. You just need to believe in yourself, trust your intuition, and let go of the things that are holding you back, And the Amethyst Angel is here to guide you every step of the way, to help you find that balance, to see your options more clearly, and to break free from the chains that are binding you, okay? So, let's talk about some specific ways that you can start breaking free from this feeling of being trapped, because I know it can feel really overwhelming, okay, great, I'm not really trapped, but it sure feels like it. So the first thing you can do is to identify your limiting beliefs, okay? What are the stories you're telling yourself about your sleep? Are you telling yourself that you're a bad sleeper? Are you telling yourself that you'll never be able to sleep well again? Are you telling yourself that you're doomed to be tired forever? Because those beliefs are really powerful, and they can actually create a self-fulfilling prophecy, If you believe you're a bad sleeper, you're going to be more anxious about sleep, which is going to make it harder to fall asleep, which is going to reinforce your belief that you're a bad sleeper, and on and on and on, right? It's a vicious cycle. So the first step is to become aware of those beliefs and to challenge them, okay? Ask yourself, are these beliefs really true? Is there any evidence to support them? Or are they just based on fear and negativity? And then start replacing those negative beliefs with more positive and empowering beliefs like, I am capable of sleeping well, or I can learn to manage my anxiety, or I deserve to feel rested and energized, And it might feel silly at first, but the more you repeat those positive affirmations, the more you'll start to believe them, and the more you'll start to see changes in your sleep, okay? The second thing you can do is to focus on what you can control, right? Because, like I said before, you can't control everything about your sleep. But there are definitely things you can control, like your sleep environment, your sleep routine, and your thoughts and feelings, So, create a sleep environment that's dark, quiet, and cool, and that feels safe and comfortable, Invest in a comfortable mattress and pillows, use blackout curtains or earplugs, and keep the temperature in your room cool, because that can really help you fall asleep, And then, create a relaxing sleep routine that you can follow every night, like taking a warm bath, reading a book, or listening to calming music, Avoid screens before bed, and avoid caffeine and alcohol in the evening, because those can interfere with your sleep. And then, practice some relaxation techniques to calm your mind and body before bed, like deep breathing, meditation, or yoga, Because the more relaxed you are, the easier it will be to fall asleep, okay? And the third thing you can do is to challenge your fears, right? Because a lot of times, the Eight of Swords is about fear. Fear of the unknown, fear of failure, fear of not being good enough, And those fears can really hold us back from taking action and achieving our goals. So, what are you afraid of when it comes to sleep? Are you afraid of not being able to fall asleep? Are you afraid of waking up in the middle of the night? Are you afraid of being tired all day? And then, challenge those fears and ask yourself what's the worst that could happen, And usually, the worst that could happen is not as bad as we think it is, right? Like, if you don't fall asleep right away, you'll just lie there for a little while, and then you'll eventually drift off to sleep, And if you wake up in the middle of the night, you can just get up and do something relaxing until you feel tired again, And if you're tired all day, you can still function, you can still get things done, and you can still enjoy your life, So don't let your fears control you. challenge them, and remind yourself that you're stronger than you think you are, okay? And remember, the Amethyst Angel is here to help you overcome those fears, to trust in yourself, and to create a more peaceful and fulfilling life for yourself, you know? So, overall, the Eight of Swords is a card of hope, okay? It's a message from the angels that you're not really as trapped as you think you are, and that you have the power to break free from the chains that are holding you back. You just need to believe in yourself, trust your intuition, and let go of the things that are no longer serving you, you know? And the Amethyst Angel is here to guide you every step of the way, to help you find that balance, to see your options more clearly, and to create a sleep cycle that nourishes your body, mind, and spirit, okay? So, how does that feel? Does that resonate with you? I'm really feeling like there's something about the expectations, the control, the Chariot energy, that's really playing a big role here, you know? Like, maybe you're putting too much pressure on yourself to fix your sleep, and that's actually making it worse. It's like you're trying to force something that can't be forced, and that's creating more anxiety and tension, which then makes it even harder to fall asleep, you know? It's like a self-fulfilling prophecy. So, maybe the angels are telling you to just relax, you know? To let go of the need to control everything, and to trust that your body knows what it's doing. Maybe you just need to create a relaxing bedtime routine, and then just let go and allow yourself to drift off to sleep, without trying to force it, you know? And that can be really hard, especially when you're used to being in control, but it can also be really liberating. It's like you're finally giving yourself permission to rest, to relax, and to just be without having to do anything, you know? And that can be really powerful. So, yeah, I'm really feeling like that's a key message here, to let go of the control, and to trust in yourself and your body, you know? But okay, we're not done yet. Because we still have more cards to pull, and I'm so excited to see what the angels want to tell you next. Because, this is just one piece of the puzzle, and there's still so much more to explore, you know. So, let's draw another card and see what specific action you can take to start breaking free from those limitations and creating a more peaceful and restful sleep cycle for yourself, okay? Get ready for the next card. Oh my gosh, the Sun. Friend, this is amazing. After the Eight of Swords, feeling so stuck and trapped, this is like the universe is saying, just kidding. Here's all the sunshine and happiness you could ever want. This is such a powerful shift, you know? I'm seriously so excited for you right now. Because the Sun is all about joy, and vitality, and clarity, and just pure, unadulterated happiness. It's like everything's suddenly brighter, and you can see things so much more clearly, and you just feel this incredible sense of optimism and hope, you know? So, in the context of this sleep reading, especially with everything we've already talked about, this is huge. This is like the angels are saying, okay, you've been feeling trapped, but now it's time to break free and step into the light. You deserve to feel this joy, this energy, this clarity, especially when it comes to your sleep. Because think about it, the Five of Pentacles, feeling left out in the cold, feeling like you're lacking something. The Sun is the opposite of that. It's like you're finally being welcomed in, you're finally being seen, and you're finally realizing that you have everything you need inside of you to create the sleep you deserve. And then, the Eight of Wands, all that rushing information, feeling overwhelmed and confused. The Sun brings clarity to that. It's like suddenly you can see through all the noise, and you know exactly what you need to do to create a sleep routine that works for you. You're not feeling bombarded anymore, you're feeling empowered and confident. And the Chariot, that need for control, that feeling like you have to force things to happen. The Sun is about letting go of that control and trusting that things are unfolding perfectly. It's like you can finally relax and surrender to the process, knowing that everything is going to be okay. So, yeah, the Sun is like the ultimate breakthrough card, you know? It's like you've been in the dark for so long, and now the Sun is finally shining on you, and you can see everything so clearly. You can see your own worth, you can see your own potential, and you can see all the possibilities that are open to you. This is amazing, friend. But okay, let's dig a little deeper into what the Sun really means in the context of your sleep, because I feel like there's so much more to unpack here, you know? First of all, the Sun is all about feeling worthy, right? It's about knowing that you deserve to be happy, you deserve to be healthy, and you deserve to sleep well. And after the Five of Pentacles, that feeling of lacking something, this is like a direct message from the angels that you are worthy, okay? You are worthy of rest, you are worthy of relaxation, and you are worthy of waking up feeling refreshed and energized. You don't have to earn it, you don't have to prove it, you just are, okay? And that's such a powerful message, especially when you've been struggling with sleep for a long time, because it's so easy to start feeling like you're not worthy, like you're doing something wrong, or like you're just destined to be tired forever, But the sun is here to tell you that that's not true. You are worthy, and you have the power to create the sleep you deserve. And then, the sun is also about joy, right? It's about finding pleasure in the simple things in life, and about appreciating the beauty that surrounds you. And in the context of sleep, that could mean finding joy in your bedtime routine, Like, instead of dreading going to bed, you can start looking forward to it. You can create a relaxing and enjoyable routine that helps you wind down and prepare for sleep, like taking a warm bath, reading a book, or listening to calming music, And you can make it even more special by adding some little touches that bring you joy, like lighting a scented candle, using a luxurious lotion, or wearing your favorite pajamas, It's about making bedtime a treat instead of a chore. And that can make a huge difference in how you feel about sleep, because when you associate sleep with joy and pleasure, you're much more likely to fall asleep easily and sleep soundly, And the sun is also about clarity, right? It's about seeing things clearly, understanding yourself better, and knowing what you want. And in the context of sleep, that could mean finally understanding what's been causing your sleep problems, Like, maybe you've been struggling with anxiety or stress or a medical condition, and you haven't been able to figure out what's going on. But the sun can bring clarity to that. It can help you see the root cause of your problems, and it can help you find solutions that actually work. It's like suddenly you have all the pieces of the puzzle, and you can finally put them together and see the big picture, And that can be incredibly empowering, because when you understand what's going on, you're much more likely to take control of your sleep and create a routine that addresses your specific needs, And the sun is also about letting go of control, which we talked about a little bit with the Chariot and the Eight of Swords, but it's so important that it's worth repeating, Because when you're struggling with sleep, it's so easy to get caught up in trying to control everything, You're trying to force yourself to fall asleep, you're trying to control your thoughts, you're trying to control your environment, and it just backfires. The more you try to control things, the more anxious and frustrated you become, and the harder it is to fall asleep, But the sun is about surrendering to the process, about trusting that your body knows what it's doing, and about letting go of the need to control everything. It's about allowing yourself to relax and drift off to sleep without trying to force it, And that can be really hard, especially when you're used to being in control. But it's so worth it because when you let go of control, you create space for peace, for relaxation, and for sleep to happen naturally, Okay, so let's dive even deeper, because I'm just feeling so much energy from this card, and I want to make sure we're really exploring all the possibilities for you, okay? Like the sun is also about optimism, right? It's about believing that things are going to get better, even when you're going through a tough time. And that's so important when you're struggling with sleep, because it's so easy to get discouraged and to start feeling like things will never get better, But the sun is here to remind you that things can get better and that you have the power to make them better. You just need to believe in yourself and to keep taking small steps forward, even when you don't feel like it, And remember, every small step counts, every little bit of progress is worth celebrating, and every night that you sleep a little bit better is a victory. So stay optimistic, stay positive, and keep believing that you can create the sleep you deserve, because you can. And the sun is also about vitality, right? It's about feeling energized and alive, and about having the energy to pursue your passions and live your life to the fullest. And in the context of sleep, that means waking up feeling refreshed and energized, ready to take on the day. And I know that might seem like a distant dream right now, but the sun is here to tell you that it's possible. You can wake up feeling energized, you can have the energy to pursue your passions, and you can live your life to the fullest, even if you're not sleeping perfectly every night, It's about finding ways to boost your energy levels throughout the day, like eating healthy foods, exercising regularly, and spending time in nature, And it's about prioritizing your sleep, making sure you're getting enough rest, and creating a sleep routine that supports your energy levels. Because when you have the energy to live your life to the fullest, you're much more likely to feel happy and fulfilled, and that can have a positive impact on your sleep too. And the sun is also about self-expression, right? It's about being authentic, being true to yourself, and expressing your unique personality to the world. And in the context of sleep, that could mean creating a sleep environment that reflects your personality. Like, maybe you love bright colors and bold patterns, so you can decorate your bedroom with colorful bedding and artwork that makes you feel happy and energized. Or maybe you prefer a more minimalist and serene environment, so you can decorate your bedroom with neutral colors and simple, elegant furnishings that create a sense of peace and calm. It's about creating a space that feels like you, a space where you can relax, recharge, and be yourself, without feeling like you have to conform to anyone else's expectations. Because when you're in a space that feels authentic and true to yourself, you're much more likely to feel comfortable and relaxed. And that can make it easier to fall asleep and sleep soundly. And the sun is also about abundance, right? It's about recognizing that you have everything you need inside of you to create the life you want, and about being grateful for all the blessings in your life. And in the context of sleep, that could mean being grateful for the sleep that you do get, even if it's not perfect. Instead of focusing on what you're lacking, focus on what you have, and appreciate the moments of rest and relaxation that you do experience. Because gratitude is a powerful emotion, it can shift your perspective, and it can help you feel more positive and optimistic about your life, even when you're going through a tough time. So start practicing gratitude for your sleep and for all the other blessings in your life, and you might be surprised at how much it can improve your overall well-being, including your sleep. And the sun is also about healing, right? It's about letting go of the past, forgiving yourself and others, and moving forward with a sense of hope and optimism. And in the context of sleep, that could mean healing from past traumas or negative experiences that are affecting your sleep. Like, maybe you had a traumatic experience as a child that made you afraid of the dark. Or maybe you've been struggling with insomnia for so long that you've developed a negative association with sleep. But the sun is here to help you heal from those past experiences, to let go of the fear and negativity, and to create a new, positive relationship with sleep. And that might require some work. It might require therapy or other forms of healing. But it's so worth it, because when you heal from the past, you create space for a brighter, more peaceful future, including a more restful and fulfilling sleep cycle. Okay, so I'm just feeling like there's so much more here, but I also want to make sure we're connecting this back to the amethyst angel, because that's so important. Because the amethyst is all about balance, and the sun, while it's amazing, it can also be a little intense. It's so much energy, so much joy, so much everything. So we need to make sure we're balancing that with the calming and grounding energy of the amethyst, okay? So, how can we do that? Well, first of all, we can use the amethyst to help us stay grounded and centered, even when we're feeling overwhelmed by the energy of the sun. Like, you can hold an amethyst crystal in your hand while you're meditating, or you can place it on your forehead while you're lying in bed, and it will help you feel more calm and relaxed. And it will help you connect with your inner wisdom. And that can be really helpful when you're trying to make decisions about your sleep, because it can help you trust your intuition and choose what's best for you, instead of getting caught up in all the noise and confusion. And we can also use the amethyst to help us find balance in our lives, so that we're not getting too caught up in any one thing, including sleep. Like, it's important to prioritize your sleep, but it's also important to have a well-rounded life, with hobbies, interests, and relationships that bring you joy and fulfillment. Because when you're balanced in all areas of your life, you're much more likely to feel happy and content, and that can have a positive impact on your sleep, too. So, make sure you're taking time for yourself, doing things that you love, and connecting with people who support you. and you'll find that your sleep will improve naturally without you having to try so hard. And we can also use the amethyst to help us create a peaceful and harmonious sleep environment. Like, you can place amethyst crystals around your bedroom to create a calming and relaxing atmosphere. Or you can use an amethyst essential oil diffuser to fill your room with a soothing fragrance. And you can also use amethyst to cleanse and purify your sleep space, removing any negative energy that might be interfering with your sleep. Like, you can smudge your bedroom with sage or Palo Santo, and then visualize the amethyst crystals absorbing any remaining negativity, leaving your space feeling clean, clear, and peaceful. Because when your sleep environment is filled with positive energy, you're much more likely to feel safe, comfortable, and relaxed, and that can make it easier to fall asleep and sleep soundly. So, yeah, the amethyst angel is really here to help you balance the energy of the sun, to ground you, to center you, and to create a peaceful and harmonious sleep cycle for yourself. And that's such a powerful combination, because it allows you to experience the joy, vitality, and clarity of the sun without getting overwhelmed or unbalanced. It's like you're able to shine your light brightly without burning out, and that's such a beautiful and empowering thing. So, what are some specific actions you can take right now to start embracing the energy of the sun and the amethyst angel? Well, first of all, you can start by simply acknowledging your worth. Look in the mirror and tell yourself, I am worthy of rest, I am worthy of relaxation, and I am worthy of waking up feeling refreshed and energized. And repeat that affirmation throughout the day, whenever you start to feel doubt or negativity creeping in. Because the more you affirm your worth, the more you'll start to believe it, and the more you'll start to see changes in your sleep and in your life. And you can also start by creating a joyful bedtime routine. Choose activities that you enjoy, that help you relax and wind down, and that make you feel good about yourself. Like, maybe you can take a warm bath with Epsom salts and lavender oil, or maybe you can read a book that makes you laugh, or maybe you can listen to calming music while you stretch your body. It's about creating a ritual that you look forward to, that brings you pleasure, and that helps you prepare for a good night's sleep. And you can also start by practicing gratitude for your sleep. Keep a sleep journal, and every morning, write down 3 things that you're grateful for about your sleep, even if it wasn't perfect. Like, maybe you're grateful that you were able to fall asleep relatively quickly. Or maybe you're grateful that you didn't wake up too many times during the night. Or maybe you're grateful that you had a dream that made you laugh. It's about focusing on the positive aspects of your sleep, instead of dwelling on the negative. And that can make a huge difference in how you feel about your sleep and about your life. And you can also start by spending some time in nature. Go for a walk in the park, sit by a lake, or hike in the mountains, and allow yourself to connect with the beauty and peace of the natural world. Because nature is incredibly healing and restorative, and it can help you feel more grounded, more centered, and more connected to yourself and to the universe. And that can have a positive impact on your sleep, because when you're feeling connected to nature, you're much more likely to feel calm, relaxed, and at peace. And that can make it easier to fall asleep and sleep soundly. So, yeah, there are so many things you can do to start embracing the energy of the sun and the amethyst angel, and to create a more peaceful, joyful, and fulfilling sleep cycle for yourself. You just need to be open to the possibilities, to trust in yourself, and to take small steps forward every day, and you'll be amazed at how much you can achieve. Okay, so overall, this is just such a positive and empowering card, friend. The sun is here to tell you that you are worthy of rest, you are capable of creating the sleep you deserve, and you have the power to shine your light brightly in the world. Just remember to balance that energy with the calming and grounding influence of the amethyst angel, and you'll be unstoppable. I'm seriously feeling like this is a major turning point for you. Like, you've been through a lot, you've struggled with sleep for a long time, but now you're finally ready to break free and step into the light. And I'm so incredibly excited for you. But okay, we're not done yet, because we still have one more card to pull, and I'm so curious to see what the angels want to tell you next. What specific action can you take to integrate all this amazing sun energy into your life, practically? Like, how can you make this joy and clarity a permanent part of your sleep routine? I'm on the edge of my seat, friend. Let's pull that final card and find out. Okay, friend, drum roll please for the very last card. It's the Two of Cups. Oh my gosh, this is so beautiful. Like, after all that internal work, all that sunshiny self-discovery, the universe is giving you a card of connection, of harmony, of partnership, you know. This isn't just about you anymore. It's about how you relate to others, how you share your joy, and how you create balance with someone else, which is just chef's kiss perfect, given our amethyst theme. So, like, remember the Five of Pentacles, feeling alone, outside in the cold? This is the opposite. This is about finding someone who sees you, who values you, who wants to share their life with you, and supporting them in return, you know? And the Eight of Wands, all that information overload, all those opinions flying at you. The Two of Cups is about finding someone who understands you, who listens to you, who can help you sort through all the noise and find what's truly important, you know. And the Chariot, that need for control, that drive to push forward on your own. This is about learning to collaborate, to compromise, to share the reins with someone else, to build something beautiful together, you know? And even the Eight of Swords, feeling trapped, feeling like you don't have any choices. The Two of Cups is about finding someone who helps you break free, who reminds you of your strength, who empowers you to see new possibilities, you know? It's like, hey, I see you, and I believe in you, and together, we can do anything. This could mean so many things. It could be romantic, obviously, like maybe there's a new love interest on the horizon, someone who really gets you and makes you feel seen and cherished. Or it could be about strengthening an existing relationship, bringing more intimacy and understanding to your partnership, rediscovering that spark that made you fall in love in the first place. But it doesn't have to be romantic, you know. The Two of Cups can also represent a deep connection with a friend, a family member, or even a colleague. Maybe there's someone in your life who you really click with, someone who you can confide in, someone who supports your dreams and makes you feel like you're not alone in the world. This card could be a sign that it's time to nurture that relationship, to invest in it, to make it a priority in your life. Or it could even be about finding a mentor or a teacher, someone who can guide you on your path, someone who can share their wisdom and experience, someone who can help you grow and evolve into the best version of yourself. But regardless of who it is, the key here is balance, right? This is the Amethyst Angel talking. The Two of Cups is about give and take, about mutual respect, about creating a relationship that's based on equality and understanding. It's not about one person dominating the other. It's not about sacrificing your own needs for the sake of the other person. It's about finding a way to support each other, to grow together, and to create a life that's fulfilling for both of you. So, let's really dig into this, okay? Because I feel like this card has so much to tell you about how to bring that sun energy into your relationships, how to share your joy and your light with others, and how to create a more balanced and harmonious life for yourself. Okay, so first, let's talk about the romantic possibilities, because, who doesn't love a little romance, right? If you're single, this card could be a sign that you're about to meet someone really special, someone who really gets you and makes you feel seen and cherished, like I said before. But it's not just about meeting someone, it's about being open to meeting someone, you know? Are you putting yourself out there? Are you saying yes to new experiences? Are you actively looking for love, or are you just waiting for it to fall into your lap? Because the universe can only work with what you give it, you know. If you're hiding at home, binge-watching Netflix every night, it's going to be pretty hard to meet your soulmate, right? So maybe it's time to dust off your dating profile, or join a new club, or take a class, or just say yes to that invitation you've been putting off, you know? You never know where you might find love, so it's important to be open to all the possibilities. And when you do meet someone, remember to be yourself, okay? Don't try to be someone you're not. Don't try to impress them with your accomplishments. Don't try to hide your flaws, just be authentic and genuine, and let them see the real you, you know. Because the right person will love you for who you are, flaws and all, and they'll appreciate your honesty and your vulnerability. And the amethyst angel is whispering that balance comes from radical honesty, both with yourself and your potential partner. But it's also important to be discerning, you know? Don't just fall for the first person who shows you attention. Take your time, get to know them, and make sure they're a good fit for you, you know? Do they share your values? Do they respect your boundaries? Do they make you feel good about yourself? These are all important questions to ask, because you deserve to be with someone who treats you with kindness, respect, and love. And if you're already in a relationship, this card could be a sign that it's time to reconnect with your partner, to rekindle the spark that made you fall in love in the first place, you know. When was the last time you went on a date? When was the last time you had a meaningful conversation? When was the last time you did something special for each other? Because relationships take work, you know? They require effort, communication, and a willingness to compromise. And it's easy to let things slide when you're busy with work, family, and other responsibilities. But if you want your relationship to thrive, you need to make it a priority, you need to invest in it, and you need to show your partner that you care. So, maybe it's time to plan a romantic getaway, or surprise your partner with a thoughtful gift, or just set aside some time each day to connect with them, to listen to them, and to remind them how much you love them, you know. Because small gestures can make a big difference, and they can help you keep the spark alive. And if you're going through a difficult time in your relationship, this card could be a sign that it's time to seek help, you know? Sometimes, relationships need a little extra support, and there's nothing wrong with seeking guidance from a therapist, a counselor, or a trusted friend or family member. Because relationships are worth fighting for, and if you're both willing to work on it, you can overcome any challenge and create a stronger, more fulfilling partnership. And the amethyst angel reminds us that balance requires effort from both sides, a shared commitment to harmony. Okay, so let's move on to the friendship possibilities, because friendships are just as important as romantic relationships, right? If you're feeling lonely or isolated, this card could be a sign that it's time to reach out to your friends, to reconnect with them, and to nurture those relationships, you know? When was the last time you called a friend just to say hello? When was the last time you made plans to hang out? When was the last time you told your friends how much you appreciate them? Because friendships are a gift, and they need to be cherished, and it's easy to let them slide when you're busy with other things. But if you want to have strong, supportive friendships, you need to make them a priority, you need to invest in them, and you need to show your friends that you care. So, maybe it's time to plan a girls' night out, or organize a game night, or just send a text to your friends and tell them how much they mean to you, you know. Because small gestures can make a big difference, and they can help you strengthen your friendships and create a sense of belonging. And if you're going through a difficult time, don't be afraid to lean on your friends for support, you know. They're there for you, they care about you, and they want to help you get through whatever you're going through. So talk to them, confide in them, and let them know what you need. Because friendships are a source of strength, and they can help you feel less alone and more resilient. And the amethyst angel reminds us that balance isn't just internal, it's about finding our place in a community. Okay, so let's talk about the family possibilities, because family relationships can be complicated, right? If you're estranged from your family, or if you're going through a difficult time with your family, this card could be a sign that it's time to heal those wounds, to forgive each other, and to move forward with love and understanding, you know. Family relationships are often the most challenging, but they're also the most important, and it's worth the effort to try to repair them, even if it seems impossible. So, maybe it's time to reach out to your family members, to tell them how you feel, and to listen to their perspective, you know. Try to understand where they're coming from, try to see things from their point of view, and try to find common ground. And if you've been holding onto anger or resentment, try to let it go, you know. Forgiveness is a gift you give yourself, and it can help you heal from the past and move forward with a lighter heart. And even if you can't completely repair your family relationships, you can still set boundaries and create a healthy distance, you know. It's okay to protect yourself from toxic or harmful behavior, and it's okay to prioritize your own well-being. Because you deserve to be surrounded by people who love and support you. And if your family isn't able to provide that, It's okay to create your own chosen family, consisting of friends, mentors, and other supportive individuals. And the Amethyst Angel asks, what does a balanced family dynamic look like for you? Okay, so let's talk about the work possibilities. Because, work relationships are also important, right? If you're feeling disconnected from your colleagues, or if you're struggling to collaborate effectively, this card could be a sign that it's time to build stronger relationships at work, to communicate more openly, and to find ways to support each other. Work can be a stressful environment, but it can also be a source of community and connection, and it's worth the effort to try to create positive relationships with your colleagues. So, maybe it's time to strike up a conversation with your coworkers, to offer to help them with a project, or to invite them to lunch or coffee. Small gestures can make a big difference, and they can help you build rapport and create a sense of teamwork. And if you're going through a difficult time at work, don't be afraid to ask for help from your colleagues. They're there for you, they understand what you're going through, and they can offer valuable advice and support. And if you're a leader, it's important to create a positive and supportive work environment where everyone feels valued, respected, and appreciated. Encourage teamwork, promote open communication, and celebrate successes together. And the Amethyst Angel says balance at work leads to better rest at home. Okay, so let's zoom out for a second, because I think there's an even bigger message here. The Two of Cups is not just about specific relationships. It's about the power of connection in general. It's about the importance of human interaction, and it's about the need to feel seen, heard, and understood. In today's world, it's easy to feel isolated and disconnected, especially with the rise of technology and social media. We're spending more time online and less time interacting with people in person, and that can have a negative impact on our mental and emotional health. So, it's important to make a conscious effort to connect with others, to put down our phones, to look people in the eye, and to have meaningful conversations. Join a club, volunteer your time, attend a community event, or just strike up a conversation with a stranger. Because even small interactions can make a big difference, and they can help you feel more connected to the world around you. And the Amethyst Angel believes that a balanced life includes real human connection. And it's also important to be kind and compassionate to others. Smile at people, offer to help them, and show them that you care. Because small acts of kindness can have a ripple effect, and they can make the world a better place. So, what does all this have to do with sleep? Well, everything. Because when you feel connected to others, when you feel loved and supported, when you feel like you belong, you're much more likely to feel safe, secure, and relaxed, and that can have a positive impact on your sleep. Loneliness, isolation, and stress can all interfere with sleep, so it's important to prioritize your relationships and to cultivate a sense of connection in your life. Surround yourself with people who lift you up, who make you laugh, and who make you feel good about yourself, and you'll find that your sleep will improve naturally, without you having to try so hard. And if you're struggling with sleep, don't be afraid to reach out to others for help. Talk to your friends, talk to your family, talk to a therapist, or join a support group. Because you're not alone, and there are people who care. Okay, so for those of you who chose the hematite tree, this crystal is all about empowering you and really grounding your energy. It's also about strengthening your intuition before sleep, which, makes total sense, right? Because when you're grounded, you can hear your intuition so much clearer, and you're not carrying all that extra stress. So this reading, with the cards we have, is really going to be about that grounding your energy and strengthening your intuition before you drift off to sleep. All right, let's dive in. Okay, wow, we have the Hierophant, the Knight of Pentacles, and the Ten of Wands all together here. Okay, so, the Hierophant, let's start there. This card, at its core, is about tradition, institutions, and, established systems. But it's not always about blindly following them. It's more about understanding them and then deciding if they align with your own inner truth, you know? So, are you following a path just because it's what you were taught or what's expected of you? Or are you really, truly resonating with it, you know? For some of you, this could be about religion. Maybe you were raised in a certain faith and you're now questioning whether it still fits for you. And that's okay, you know? It's okay to question things. It doesn't mean you're a bad person or that you're losing your faith. It just means you're evolving and you're trying to find what truly resonates with your soul, you know. It's about finding your own spiritual path, not just following someone else's footsteps. And that can be really scary, right? Because it means stepping outside of what's familiar and what's comfortable and what everyone else is doing. But it can also be incredibly liberating, you know? When you're living in alignment with your own truth, it just feels so much better. Or this could be about something else entirely, you know? It doesn't have to be religion. It could be about your family values or your cultural traditions, or even just the way you were raised to think about the world. Maybe you were taught that you have to go to college, get a good job, get married, have kids, and that's the only way to be happy. But maybe that's not what you want, you know? Maybe you want to travel the world or start your own business or live a more unconventional life. And that's okay too, you know? It's about figuring out what you want and what makes you happy, not just following the script that someone else wrote for you. And the thing is, sometimes those traditions and institutions can be really helpful, you know? They can provide a sense of community and belonging and guidance. But sometimes they can also be really limiting and restrictive and even harmful. So it's about finding that balance, you know? It's about taking what works for you and leaving the rest. It's about discerning what truly serves you and what's just holding you back. It's not about rejecting everything just for the sake of rejecting it, but about consciously choosing what you believe and how you want to live your life. Maybe you still value some of the traditions you were raised with, but you want to adapt them to fit your own life, you know. Maybe you still want to celebrate holidays with your family, but you want to do it in a way that feels more authentic to you. Or maybe you still believe in the importance of education, but you want to pursue a different field than what your parents expected. You know, it's so interesting, because I'm also seeing a potential conflict here. Maybe you're feeling torn between your desire to honor your family and your desire to live your own life. And that can be really tough, you know? Because you don't want to hurt their feelings or disappoint them. But you also don't want to sacrifice your own happiness for their sake. And it's about having those conversations, as uncomfortable as they may be, with your loved ones to help them understand where you're coming from. It's about setting boundaries and communicating your needs in a loving and respectful way. Or, maybe you're struggling with a decision about your career, you know. Maybe you have a stable job that your parents approve of, but you're not really passionate about it. And you're thinking about quitting to pursue your dream, but you're afraid of what they'll think. Or maybe you're in a job or career that you love, but you are starting to realize that you're not in alignment with some of the ethics or values of the company, and you are stuck because it goes against what you thought you believed. It's a big thing to face, right? That realization that what you thought you knew, or what you thought you believed in, isn't actually true for you anymore. That's okay, that's normal. It's part of growing and learning and evolving. Don't beat yourself up about it. It's about giving yourself permission to change your mind, you know? To let go of old beliefs that no longer serve you, and to embrace new ones that feel more authentic. It's not about being wishy-washy or indecisive, but about being open to new possibilities and being willing to adapt and evolve. And the key thing here is, to do it with intention, to really think about what you believe and why you believe it, to question everything and to not just accept things at face value, to really do your research and find out what resonates with you. It's about becoming your own authority, your own guru, your own Hierophant. So, yeah, the Hierophant is about tradition, institutions, and established systems, but it's also about finding your own inner authority. It's about questioning everything, finding what resonates, and choosing your own path, even if it's different from what everyone else is doing. Okay, so that's the Hierophant. And then we have the Knight of Pentacles. Now, this knight is all about, slow and steady progress, commitment to your goals, and hard work. This is not a knight who rushes into things. This is a knight who takes his time, who plans carefully, and who is really, really persistent. He's reliable and dependable, and he always gets the job done. He's the kind of person you can always count on. But, sometimes this knight can be a little too slow and steady. He can get stuck in a routine, and he can be resistant to change. He might be so focused on the details that he misses the bigger picture. He might be so afraid of failure that he doesn't take any risks. So, it's about finding that balance too. It's about being committed to your goals, but also being open to new opportunities and being willing to adapt when things change. It's not about being reckless or impulsive, but about being willing to step outside of your comfort zone every once in a while. This card could be showing up because you are being really diligent and hardworking right now. You're putting in the effort, you're staying focused, and you're making progress towards your goals. And that's great, keep it up. But it's also a reminder to make sure you're not getting too stuck in a rut. Make sure you're still enjoying the journey and that you're not sacrificing your well-being for the sake of achievement. Or, this card could be showing up because you're not being diligent and hardworking right now. Maybe you're procrastinating, or you're feeling unmotivated, or you're just not putting in the effort that you need to. And if that's the case, that's okay too. Everyone goes through periods like that. But this is a nudge to get back on track, to recommit to your goals, and to start taking action again. And thinking about the hematite tree and grounding, maybe you're having trouble focusing because you're not grounded enough. Maybe you're feeling scattered and anxious and overwhelmed. And if that's the case, it's really important to take some time to ground yourself before you try to tackle your goals. Go for a walk in nature, or meditate, or just spend some time doing something that makes you feel calm and centered. Now, how does this connect with the Hierophant? Well, I'm thinking that your beliefs and values are really influencing your work ethic and your dedication. Maybe you believe in the importance of hard work, and that's why you're so committed to your goals. Or maybe you believe that you have a responsibility to provide for your family, and that's why you're working so hard. But, it's also possible that your beliefs are holding you back. Maybe you believe that you have to do everything yourself, and that's why you're so reluctant to delegate. Or maybe you believe that you're not good enough, and that's why you're procrastinating. So, it's important to examine your beliefs and see if they're serving you, And if they're not, it's okay to change them. You don't have to stick with beliefs that are holding you back. You can choose to believe something different. It's all about reframing your mindset. Instead of thinking, I have to do everything myself, you can think, I can ask for help. Instead of thinking, I'm not good enough, you can think, I'm capable of learning and growing. And, I'm also seeing a potential connection between the Knight of Pentacles and your sense of security, Maybe you feel like you need to work really hard in order to feel safe and secure. And that's understandable, especially in today's world. But it's important to remember that your worth is not tied to your productivity. You are valuable, regardless of how much you accomplish. Maybe you're afraid that if you don't work hard enough, you'll lose your job, or you won't be able to pay your bills, or you won't be able to provide for your family. And those are valid fears. But it's important to not let those fears control your life. It's about finding that balance between working hard and trusting that everything will be okay. It's about knowing your worth, regardless of your accomplishments. And, another thing I'm noticing is that the Knight of Pentacles can sometimes be a little bit too focused on the material world. He can get so caught up in earning money and accumulating possessions that he forgets about the things that really matter in life, like relationships and experiences and personal growth. So, it's important to remember that money is just a tool, you know? It's not the end goal, it's a means to an end. And it's important to use it wisely to support your values and to create a life that you love. But it's also important to not let it define you, you know? You are not your bank account. You are not your possessions. You are so much more than that. Okay, so the Knight of Pentacles is about slow and steady progress, commitment to your goals, and hard work. But it's also about finding that balance, about not getting too stuck in a rut, and about remembering what really matters in life. And now we have the Ten of Wands. Oh boy, this card is all about feeling burdened, overwhelmed, and stressed out. This is the card of carrying too much weight, of taking on too many responsibilities, and of feeling like you're drowning in tasks. This card often shows up when you're trying to do too much, you know? When you're trying to be everything to everyone and you're not taking care of yourself. When you're saying yes to everything and you're not setting boundaries. When you're trying to control everything and you're not trusting that things will work out. Like maybe you're working long hours, you're taking care of your kids, you're managing your household, you're volunteering in your community, and you're trying to keep up with your social life. And that's a lot, you know? That's way too much for one person to handle. Or, maybe you're dealing with a difficult situation, like a health issue, or a relationship problem, or a financial crisis. And you're feeling like you have to carry the weight of the world on your shoulders. And that's understandable, you know? But it's important to remember that you don't have to do it alone. And the thing about the Ten of Wands is, it's not just about the external burdens, you know? It's also about the internal burdens, like the stress, the anxiety, the worry, the guilt, the shame. Those emotions can weigh you down just as much as the external responsibilities. So, it's important to address both the external and the internal burdens, you know? It's about taking practical steps to lighten your load, like delegating tasks, setting boundaries, and saying no to things that don't serve you. But it's also about addressing your emotional well-being, like practicing self-care, seeking support, and letting go of negative thoughts. This card is a wake-up call, you know? It's a sign that you need to slow down, to reevaluate your priorities, and to start taking care of yourself. It's not sustainable to keep carrying this much weight. You're going to burn out, you're going to get sick, and you're not going to be able to help anyone else if you don't help yourself first. Now, how does this connect with the Hierophant and the Knight of Pentacles? Well, I'm thinking that maybe you're feeling burdened because you're clinging to old beliefs and traditions that are no longer serving you, you know. Like, maybe you believe that you have to do everything yourself, or that you have to please everyone, or that you have to be perfect. And those beliefs are creating a lot of unnecessary stress in your life. Or, maybe you're feeling burdened because you're being too much of a Knight of Pentacles, you know. Maybe you're so focused on working hard and achieving your goals that you're neglecting your own needs. Maybe you're so committed to your routine that you're not allowing yourself any time for rest and relaxation. So, it's about finding that balance, you know? It's about questioning your beliefs and letting go of the ones that are holding you back. It's about setting boundaries and saying no to things that don't serve you. And it's about prioritizing your own well-being and making time for rest and relaxation. And, I'm also seeing a potential connection between the Ten of Wands and your fear of failure, you know? Like, maybe you're taking on too many responsibilities because you're afraid that if you don't, you'll fail. And that's understandable, you know? But it's important to remember that failure is not the end of the world. It's just a learning opportunity. Like, maybe you're afraid that if you delegate tasks, they won't get done right. Or maybe you're afraid that if you say no to something, people will be disappointed in you. But those are just fears, you know? They're not necessarily true. And it's important to not let those fears control your life. It's about trusting that things will work out, even if they don't go exactly as planned. I'm also wondering if maybe some of you are feeling weighed down by responsibilities that aren't even yours to carry, you know? Like, maybe you're taking care of someone else's problems, or you're trying to fix someone else's life. And that's really admirable, you know? It shows that you're a caring and compassionate person. But it's important to remember that you can't save everyone, you know? You can't fix everyone's problems, and it's not your responsibility to do so. Like maybe you're taking care of your aging parents, or you're supporting your struggling sibling, or you're trying to help your friend who's going through a difficult time. And those are all important things to do, you know. But it's important to not let those responsibilities consume your life. It's about setting boundaries and making sure you're also taking care of yourself. It's about encouraging others to take responsibility for their own lives and not enabling them to rely on you too much. Okay, so the Ten of Wands is about feeling burdened, overwhelmed, and stressed out. It's a sign that you need to slow down, to reevaluate your priorities, and to start taking care of yourself. It's about letting go of responsibilities that aren't yours to carry, and it's about trusting that things will work out, even if they don't go exactly as planned. So, to bring this all together, with the hematite tree's grounding energy, it feels like this reading is really urging you to get clear on your core beliefs and values, to commit to your goals with a steady and grounded approach, but to be super mindful of not taking on too much and burning yourself out. It's like you've got this strong foundation, but you need to make sure you're building on it in a sustainable way, and that you're not letting old beliefs or excessive responsibility weigh you down. And really, leaning into that intuition before sleep, like the hematite is encouraging, will help you discern what truly matters and what you need to release. I'm really curious to see what the next cards reveal about how to actually put this into practice, you know. Okay, and the next card to really, help you, make sure you're not blocking any of these blessings coming your way, is the Eight of Cups. Okay, so, wow, this is, a really interesting card to come up with all that heavy energy, you know? The Eight of Cups, at its core, is about walking away from something that no longer serves you. It's about recognizing that something is missing, that you're not fulfilled, and that you need to move on, even if it's difficult. It's about emotional maturity. So, in the traditional Rider-Waite deck, you see this figure walking away from 8 cups, and they're kind of arranged in this, uneven way, and the figure is walking towards, a dark and mysterious landscape, you know. It's not like a bright and sunny day. It's kind of a little bit spooky, you know? And that really speaks to that feeling of uncertainty and fear that can come with leaving something behind. You're stepping into the unknown, and you don't know what's going to happen. But the key thing is that the figure is walking away, you know. They're not staying stuck in a situation that's making them unhappy. They're choosing to prioritize their own well-being, even if it's scary. I think part of what this card is really highlighting is that it's time to release whatever is holding you back from embodying the empowered and grounded energy of the hematite tree. It's about recognizing what's no longer aligned with your highest self and having the courage to step away from it. It's like you've been carrying this weight, this Ten of Wands energy, for too long, and the Eight of Cups is saying, okay, it's time to put it down. But you know, walking away can be really hard, right? It can be painful, it can be confusing, and it can bring up a lot of emotions, especially when it's something that you've invested a lot of time and energy into, or something that you thought was going to make you happy, you know? So, maybe this is about a relationship that's no longer working, you know? Maybe you've been trying to make it work for years, but you're just not happy anymore. And it's hard to walk away because you care about the other person and you don't want to hurt them. But you also know that you can't stay in a relationship that's draining you, you know? Or maybe this is about a job that you're not passionate about, but you're afraid to quit because you need the money. Or maybe this is about a dream that you've been chasing for years, but you're starting to realize that it's not really your dream anymore. And letting go of that dream can feel like giving up, you know? But sometimes, the bravest thing you can do is to walk away and pursue something that truly lights you up. It's about being honest with yourself about what you really want, even if it's different from what you thought you wanted. Like, going back to the Hierophant, it's like questioning those traditions and expectations and figuring out what truly resonates with you. You know, it's so interesting because this card can also represent, walking away from an old version of yourself, you know. Maybe you've been holding onto certain beliefs or patterns of behavior that are no longer serving you. And it's time to let go of those old identities and embrace a new, more authentic version of yourself. It's about evolving, you know? And that can be really scary because it means stepping outside of your comfort zone and embracing the unknown. but it can also be incredibly liberating because it allows you to become the person you were always meant to be. So, how does this connect with the Knight of Pentacles? Well, maybe you've been so focused on your goals and your responsibilities that you've lost sight of what truly matters to you. You've been so busy working hard and being productive that you haven't taken the time to check in with yourself and see if you're actually happy, And the Eight of Cups is saying, hey, it's okay to take a break. It's okay to step back and reevaluate your priorities. It's okay to walk away from something that's not fulfilling you, even if it means sacrificing some of your goals. It's like that steady, grounded energy of the Knight is great, but not if it's keeping you stuck in a situation that's making you unhappy. You have to be willing to adjust your course, to change your plans, to follow your heart, even if it means going in a different direction. And with the Ten of Wands, this card is like a huge permission slip to drop some of that weight you've been carrying, It's saying, you don't have to do it all. You don't have to be everything to everyone. You can let go of some of those responsibilities and focus on your own well-being. It's like the Ten of Wands is the burden and the Eight of Cups is the release. It's about recognizing that you're carrying too much and that you need to lighten your load, And that might mean saying no to some things or delegating tasks or even walking away from situations that are draining you. And that's okay, It's not selfish to prioritize your own well-being. In fact, it's essential, because you can't pour from an empty cup. You have to take care of yourself first so that you have the energy and the resources to help others. It's like you have to put on your own oxygen mask before you can help someone else. So, what specifically might you be walking away from? Well, for some of you, this might be about walking away from a toxic relationship, Like a relationship that's filled with drama or negativity or abuse. And that can be really hard, especially if you've been in the relationship for a long time or if you have kids together. But sometimes, the best thing you can do for yourself and for your children is to walk away, To create a safe and healthy environment for yourself and your family. It's about recognizing that you deserve to be treated with respect and love, and that you don't have to tolerate abuse or negativity in your life. Or, for others, this might be about walking away from a job that's making you miserable, Like a job that's stressful or unfulfilling or that doesn't align with your values. And that can be scary, especially if you need the money. But sometimes, the best thing you can do for your mental and emotional health is to quit, To find a job that you're passionate about, that challenges you, and that makes you feel good about yourself. It's about recognizing that you deserve to be happy and fulfilled in your work, and that you don't have to settle for a job that's draining you. And going back to the hematite tree, maybe this is about walking away from certain thought patterns that are keeping you stuck, like negative self-talk, or limiting beliefs, or fear-based thinking. It's like the hematite is all about empowering you, and you can't truly empower yourself if you're constantly putting yourself down, or doubting your abilities, or letting fear control your decisions. So, it's about recognizing those negative thought patterns and consciously choosing to replace them with positive, empowering thoughts. It's about reframing your mindset, about believing in yourself, and about trusting that you're capable of achieving your dreams. Like, maybe you've been telling yourself that you're not good enough, or that you're not worthy of love, or that you're not capable of success. And those beliefs are holding you back from living your best life, So, it's time to challenge those beliefs, to question them, and to replace them with beliefs that are more aligned with your true potential. It's about recognizing that you are good enough, that you are worthy of love, and that you are capable of success. You just have to believe it, And the hematite tree is there to help you with that, to ground you in that truth, to empower you to step into your own power. And sometimes walking away is about setting boundaries, Like, maybe you have people in your life who are constantly draining your energy, or who are always asking you for favors, or who are never there for you when you need them. And it's okay to set boundaries with those people, to limit your interactions with them, or even to cut them out of your life altogether. It's about protecting your energy, about prioritizing your own well-being, and about surrounding yourself with people who support you and lift you up. Or maybe it's about walking away from certain habits that are harming you like overeating, or drinking too much, or spending too much time on social media. It's about recognizing that those habits are not serving you and that you need to make a change. It's about taking care of your body, your mind, and your spirit. It's about creating a healthy and balanced lifestyle. You know, it sounds like, to be honest, part of this too might just even be walking away from relationships with people you really thought were good friends. But I think because of the nature of the Hierophant card we saw, maybe it is time to walk away from people who are not on your soul's path, or people who don't believe in the journey that you're going on for yourself. It's interesting because, for a lot of people, that means maybe the relationship is ending. Maybe you're just not talking as much. But maybe it also means you need to have some hard conversations and let people know, hey, I know we've been friends for a long time. I really honor and respect you, but the way that we're connecting or the way we're communicating or the things that you're saying aren't actually serving me. You know, and it's hard because sometimes people are just being honest, but that doesn't necessarily mean you need to receive it. You know, it's like everyone's got an opinion, but only your opinion of yourself really matters, you know. So it's about taking everyone's opinion with a grain of salt and maybe understanding that what they're saying isn't actually about you. It's about them and their own insecurities. It's about having compassion for others, but it doesn't necessarily mean you need to receive it. And then, on the flip side, maybe walking away actually means integrating parts of yourself that you have pushed away. So I wonder, if there's anything about yourself that you don't like, is it time to maybe integrate that? So, sometimes maybe you don't like that you're really emotional, but maybe it's time to realize that being emotional means you're compassionate and you're empathetic and you're able to connect with people, It's kind of about reframing the things you don't like about yourself and seeing them as gifts. It's like everything has a light side and a dark side, so it's about maybe realizing that you need both and that you can't just have all light. You need the dark too to give contrast. It's like if everything was good, you wouldn't know what good is because there's nothing to compare it to. This also might be about walking away from, maybe old dreams. So maybe you had this dream for a really long time and you put a lot of time and energy into it, and you just realized it's not for you anymore. Or maybe you're not passionate about it anymore. Or maybe it's just not realistic, It's hard to let go of dreams because you put so much effort into them. But sometimes it's better to just cut your losses and move on to something that's more aligned with your purpose. It's kind of like the saying, don't throw good money after bad. It's like, if you're just throwing money at a problem and it's not getting better, you need to just stop and reevaluate. I mean, there are so many things that it could possibly be about. I think that what's really important is that you take some time and really think about what in your life is no longer serving you. What is no longer bringing you joy? What is draining your energy? What is keeping you stuck? And then have the courage to walk away from it. And the thing is, you don't have to do it all at once, You can take baby steps. You can start by setting small boundaries, or by saying no to one thing that you don't want to do, or by spending a little bit less time with people who drain your energy. And then, as you get more comfortable with walking away, you can start to make bigger changes. The key is to just start, to take that first step, and to trust that you're on the right path. And to remember that the hematite tree is there to support you, to ground you, and to empower you every step of the way. The thing too is, I wonder if there's something that you're walking towards, but maybe that's one of the next cards. That you're walking away from something, but it's actually leading you to something way better. But it's important to, not get too caught up in what you're walking towards, Because the focus needs to be on what you're walking away from. It's about releasing the old so that you can make space for the new. It's about clearing out the clutter so that you can see what's truly important. It's about letting go of the past so that you can embrace the future. And, all of this ties back to that core theme of grounding your energy and strengthening your intuition before sleep. Because when you're carrying around all this extra weight, all this baggage, it's hard to connect with your intuition. It's hard to hear the quiet voice within that's guiding you. But when you release those burdens, when you walk away from what's no longer serving you, you create space for your intuition to speak more clearly. You become more grounded, more centered, and more aligned with your true self. And that's when you can really start to manifest your dreams and create a life that you love. So yeah, the Eight of Cups is all about walking away, about releasing, about letting go. But it's also about trusting, about believing in yourself, and about creating space for something better to come into your life. I think that, to be honest, you probably already know what you need to walk away from, and that this card is just confirmation. And what's also probably happening too is that maybe you have walked away and you're doubting it. Or maybe you want other people to validate your decision and other people aren't validating your decision. So, it's making you feel like you made the wrong choice. But what I really think you need to do is really sit with yourself and ask yourself if you feel lighter. Because at the end of the day, that's all that really matters. Do you feel lighter? And if you feel lighter, it means you made the right decision. It doesn't matter what anyone else thinks. You know, people are going to have their opinions regardless. So, maybe this card is also just about trusting yourself and not needing other people's validation. Because I think maybe you have been trusting yourself, but then you let other people get into your head, and they're making you second guess yourself. But you need to remember why you made that decision in the first place and really trust your own intuition. I think for a lot of you maybe, that decision was really hard and other people aren't seeing how hard that decision was, so they're not understanding it. And you're trying to explain it to them and they're just not getting it. And it's frustrating because you want them to understand, but they can't understand because they're not you. They didn't go through what you went through. They didn't feel what you felt, so they're never going to fully understand. And that's okay. You don't need them to understand. You just need to understand yourself. So, give yourself permission to just be okay with people not understanding. And give yourself permission to just trust yourself. Because at the end of the day, you're the one who has to live with the consequences of your decisions. So, you need to make sure that you're making decisions that are right for you, regardless of what anyone else thinks. And it's okay to ask for advice, but don't let other people's opinions sway you from what you know is right. You know. Take their advice with a grain of salt and then make your own decision. The thing is, to be honest, a lot of times people are jealous. So, you have to understand that maybe they're not really giving you advice, they're projecting. Maybe they wanted to do what you did, but they were too scared. So, they're trying to make you feel bad about it so they don't feel as bad about themselves. You know, people do that kind of stuff all the time, and they don't even realize they're doing it. So you just have to be aware of it and not let it affect you. Because you're strong, you're capable, and you're making the right decisions for yourself. And that's all that matters. So, yeah, trust yourself, trust your intuition, and don't let anyone else tell you what to do. And remember that the hematite tree is there to support you every step of the way. Seriously, lean into that grounding energy, especially when you're feeling unsure. Connect with the earth, feel your feet on the ground, and know that you're strong and capable. And you know what? Before you go to sleep, hold that hematite tree and just really visualize all those burdens falling off of you. Imagine them just dissolving into the earth, and then feel yourself being filled with light and with love and with peace. And then, as you drift off to sleep, ask your angels to guide you and to give you clarity and to help you trust yourself. And know that you're supported, you're loved, and you're on the right path. Okay, I'm really excited to see what the next card is going to reveal, because this is really setting the stage for some major transformation. It feels like you're really on the verge of something big, and I can't wait to see what it is. Okay, so the next card that is really going to unlock how to handle all this is the Death card. Whoa, okay, so don't freak out, okay? I know that sounds scary, but in tarot, death almost never means actual physical death. It's way more about transformation, endings, and new beginnings, It's about something in your life coming to an end so that something new can be born. It's the shedding of the old to make way for the new. So, at its core, death is about change, big change. But it's not just any change, it's a necessary change, It's something that has to happen in order for you to move forward. It's you can't build a new house on a shaky foundation, right? You have to tear down the old foundation first, and then you can build something stronger and more stable. That's really what this Death card is all about. It's like a caterpillar turning into a butterfly, The caterpillar has to die in order for the butterfly to be born. It's a total metamorphosis. Now, thinking back to the Hierophant, it's really interesting, because the Hierophant is all about tradition and established systems, but it's also about questioning those systems and deciding if they still align with your truth. And the Death card is like the ultimate question mark on those old systems, It's like, okay, you've been questioning these traditions. Now it's time to actually let go of the ones that aren't serving you. Like maybe you've been raised to believe a certain thing or to follow a certain path, but deep down, you know it's not right for you. And the Death card is saying, it's okay to let go of that. It's okay to forge your own path. It's like you've been holding onto these old beliefs out of obligation or fear, but they're actually holding you back from becoming who you're truly meant to be. And, the thing is, sometimes we cling to those old beliefs because they're familiar, they're comfortable, Even if they're not making us happy, at least we know what to expect. But the Death card is saying, you can't stay stuck in your comfort zone forever. You have to be willing to step outside of it in order to grow. And, that can be really scary, right? Because it means facing the unknown, it means letting go of control, and it means trusting that things will work out even if you can't see how. But the thing is, the universe has your back, Even though it might feel like everything is falling apart, it's actually falling into place. I wonder too if part of what you're going through is maybe that you've been trying to hold onto some of these traditions or beliefs that you thought were part of your identity. Like, maybe you thought that if you let go of them, you wouldn't be yourself anymore. But the truth is, those beliefs are just a small part of who you are. They don't define you. You are so much more than your traditions, You are a unique and beautiful soul with your own talents, your own passions, and your own purpose. And it's time to embrace that, to let go of the labels and the expectations, and to just be yourself. I remember when I was younger, I thought I had to follow a certain career path because that's what my family expected of me. And I spent years trying to make it work, but I was miserable, I felt like I was living someone else's life, not my own. And it wasn't until I finally let go of that expectation and pursued my own passions that I truly started to feel alive. And it was scary, I was afraid of disappointing my family, and I was afraid of failing. But it was the best decision I ever made. So, yeah, the Death card is urging you to question those old beliefs and traditions, to let go of the ones that aren't serving you, and to embrace your own unique path. It's about finding your own inner authority, your own Hierophant, and trusting that you know what's best for yourself, even if it's different from what everyone else is doing. And it's like, once you release those outdated beliefs, you are gonna feel so much lighter and freer, Like you've been carrying around this heavy weight for so long, and now you can finally put it down and breathe. And speaking of carrying weight, let's talk about the Knight of Pentacles and how the Death card plays into that. Because, the Knight of Pentacles is all about slow and steady progress, commitment to your goals, and hard work. But sometimes that slow and steady approach can turn into stubbornness, Like you get so fixated on your goals that you're not willing to adapt or change course when necessary. You're just grinding and grinding. And the Death card is like, okay, you've been working really hard, but is it actually getting you where you want to go? Or are you just stuck in a rut? Like maybe you've been pursuing a certain goal for years, but it's just not working out. And instead of letting go of it, you just keep pushing harder, hoping that things will eventually change. But the Death card is saying, sometimes the best thing you can do is to let go of that goal and pursue something else. It's recognizing when something has run its course. Like maybe you've been working at a job that you're not passionate about, but you're afraid to quit because you need the money. Or maybe you've been in a relationship that's not fulfilling, but you're afraid to leave because you don't want to be alone. But the Death card is saying, you deserve to be happy, You deserve to be fulfilled. And if something isn't working, it's okay to let it go. The Knight is about security, but maybe it's security at the cost of everything else. And, that doesn't mean you have to be reckless or impulsive, It's not about quitting your job without having another one lined up or ending your relationship without thinking it through. It's about being honest with yourself about what you really want and being willing to make changes in order to achieve it. It's about finding that balance between commitment and flexibility, It's about being dedicated to your goals, but also being open to new opportunities and being willing to adapt when things change. I'm wondering too if maybe you've been so focused on the material world, like the Knight of Pentacles can be, that you've forgotten about the things that really matter in life. You know, like relationships, experiences, personal growth, and all that. And the Death card is like a wake-up call to remind you of what's truly important. It's like, okay, you've been working really hard to earn money and accumulate possessions, but is it actually making you happy? Or are you just filling a void with material things? You know, I've seen so many people who are successful in their careers but miserable in their personal lives, you know. They're so focused on achieving their goals that they neglect their relationships, their health, and their own well-being. And then, when they finally reach their goals, they realize that it wasn't worth it. So, it's about remembering that money is just a tool, you know? It's not the end goal. It's a means to an end. And it's important to use it wisely, to support your values, and to create a life that you love. But it's also important to not let it define you, you know? You are not your bank account. You are not your possessions. You are so much more than that. The Death card can be a reminder that your worth isn't tied to your productivity, you know. It can be easy to fall into that trap, especially with the Knight of Pentacles energy. But the Death card is really saying, you are valuable regardless of how much you accomplish. So, it's about stepping back and reassessing what's truly important, you know? Letting go of the things that aren't serving you and focusing on the things that bring you joy and fulfillment. Now, how does this play with the Ten of Wands? I think that is such an important thing to look at too, okay? Because remember, the Ten of Wands is all about feeling burdened, overwhelmed, and stressed out. And the Death card is like the ultimate release from that burden, you know? It's like, okay, you've been carrying this heavy load for too long. It's time to put it down. It's about recognizing that you can't do it all, you know? You can't be everything to everyone. And it's okay to let go of some of those responsibilities. Like, maybe you've been saying yes to everything and you're not setting boundaries. And the Death card is saying, it's time to start saying no, you know. It's time to prioritize your own well-being and to let go of the things that are draining your energy. It's about recognizing that you have limits, you know? You can't pour from an empty cup. And if you're constantly giving and giving and giving, you're going to burn out. So, it's important to take care of yourself first so that you have the energy and the resources to help others. Or maybe you're holding onto some old resentments or grudges, and those are weighing you down, you know? Like, you're still angry at someone for something they did years ago, and you can't let it go. But the Death card is saying, it's time to forgive, you know? It's time to release that anger and to move on. It's about recognizing that holding on to those negative emotions is only hurting you, you know? It's not hurting the other person. It's just poisoning your own soul. So, it's about letting go of the past, you know, and forgiving yourself and others, and recognizing that everyone makes mistakes and that it's okay to not be perfect. It's about moving forward with a clean slate and creating a better future for yourself. And maybe, like, you're feeling weighed down by expectations, you know? Like, maybe you think you have to be perfect or that you have to meet everyone else's standards. But the Death card is saying, you don't have to be perfect, you know? You just have to be yourself. It's about letting go of those expectations and embracing your own imperfections, and recognizing that you are enough just as you are. You don't have to prove anything to anyone. You just have to be true to yourself, you know? That Ten of Wands energy can really make you feel like you have to do it all alone, but the Death card is like, you don't have to carry all this weight, you know? You can ask for help. And the Death card is like the ultimate permission slip to release that burden. It's saying, you deserve to be happy, you know? You deserve to be free from stress and overwhelm. And it's okay to let go of the things that are weighing you down. It's about making space for joy, for peace, and for fulfillment, you know? And that might mean making some tough choices, but it's worth it in the end. Now, let's tie this into the Eight of Cups. Oh man, that's where things get really interesting, you know? Because the Eight of Cups is all about walking away from something that no longer serves you, about recognizing that you're not fulfilled and that you need to move on. And the Death card is like the catalyst that makes that walking away possible, you know? It's like you've been feeling this urge to leave, but you've been afraid to take the leap. And the death card is like, okay, it's time to jump. It's time to let go. It's about recognizing that sometimes the best thing you can do is to walk away, even if it's hard, even if it's painful. Because staying in a situation that's not serving you is only going to make you miserable in the long run. And the death card is saying, you deserve to be happy, You deserve to be fulfilled. And if something isn't working, it's okay to let it go. So, the Eight of Cups is that feeling of dissatisfaction, and death is the actual act of cutting ties. Like maybe you've been holding onto a relationship that's not working, but you're afraid to end it because you don't want to hurt the other person. Or maybe you've been staying in a job that you hate, but you're afraid to quit because you need the money. But the death card is saying, you can't let fear control your decisions, You have to prioritize your own well-being and make choices that are right for you. It's understanding that you can't pour from an empty cup, which we already talked about. It's like you've been feeling this pull to leave, but you've been resisting it, You've been trying to make things work, but it's just not happening. And the death card is like, okay, it's time to surrender, It's time to accept that this is not meant to be, and it's time to move on to something better. This also could be about the fear of starting something new, Death is about new beginnings. I wonder too if maybe you've already walked away from something, like the Eight of Cups suggests, but you're still struggling with guilt or regret, Like, you're wondering if you made the right decision, or if you should have tried harder to make things work. But the death card is saying, don't look back, Don't dwell on the past. You made the best decision you could with the information you had at the time, and it's time to move forward. It's about trusting that everything happens for a reason, and that even though it might not make sense right now, it will eventually. And it's about focusing on the future and creating a life that you love, And that might mean starting over, It might mean learning new skills, or meeting new people, or moving to a new place. But it's also about embracing change and trusting that the universe is guiding you towards something better, And if something really resonated for you in the Eight of Cups, it might be time to, think about that again. So, what areas of your life might this death card be affecting? Well, it could be anything, It could be a relationship, a job, a living situation, a belief system, a habit, anything that's no longer serving you. But here are some possibilities, First, let's talk about relationships. Maybe it's time to end a toxic relationship, One that's filled with drama, negativity, or abuse. And that can be really hard, especially if you've been in the relationship for a long time or if you have kids together. But sometimes, the best thing you can do for yourself and for your children is to walk away, To create a safe and healthy environment for yourself and your family. Or maybe it's not a toxic relationship, but just one that's run its course, You've grown apart, you have different goals, and you're just not happy together anymore. And it's okay to let go of that, It doesn't mean you're a failure. It just means that it's time to move on to something that's more aligned with your needs. Remember the theme that the soul evolves, and that means relationships ending too. Or maybe it's not about ending a relationship, but about transforming it, Like maybe you and your partner have been struggling, but you're both willing to work on it. And the death card is saying, okay, it's time to let go of the old patterns and create new ones. It's about being honest with each other, communicating openly, and being willing to compromise. It's about rebuilding your relationship on a stronger foundation. And, it's also really important to remember that sometimes the relationships that end are romantic, but sometimes it's also just a friendship. And just because you've been friends with someone for a long time doesn't mean that it's always going to be a good friendship. It's okay to outgrow people. It's okay to not have anything in common anymore. It's okay to move on. Now, let's talk about career. Maybe it's time to quit a job that's making you miserable, One that's stressful, unfulfilling, or that doesn't align with your values. It's easy to want to just give up, but you can't forget that you're working hard in order to live your best life, and you need the resources to be able to do so. So, don't give up unless you really know that it is what's best for you and that you have a plan. And it can be scary, especially if you need the money. But sometimes, the best thing you can do for your mental and emotional health is to quit, To find a job that you're passionate about, that challenges you, and that makes you feel good about yourself. It's about recognizing that you deserve to be happy and fulfilled in your work, and that you don't have to settle for a job that's draining you. Maybe you need to give yourself permission to take the risk, and to step outside of your comfort zone, and to pursue your dreams. Or maybe it's not about quitting your job, but about changing your career path. Like, maybe you've been working in one field for years, but you're starting to realize that it's not really your passion anymore. And the Death card is saying, okay, it's time to explore new possibilities. It's time to take a class or to volunteer or to start your own business. It's about following your heart, and doing what makes you feel alive. Remember, even though the Knight of Pentacles can be stubborn, you don't have to be. And to be honest, it doesn't even have to be about changing careers. Maybe it's also just about changing the way you're approaching your current job. Maybe you're not happy with your work-life balance, or the amount of stress you're under, or the people you're working with. And it's time to change those things. It's time to set some boundaries and to start advocating for yourself and to create a more positive and fulfilling work environment. Maybe it's about asking for a raise or a promotion, or about taking on new responsibilities, or about finding a new mentor. Whatever it is, it's about being proactive and making changes that will improve your work life. Or maybe it's about changing your business. Maybe your business isn't doing as well as you'd hoped, or maybe it's just not as fulfilling as it used to be. And the Death card is saying, okay, it's time to make some changes. It's time to rebrand or to change your product line or to target a new market. It's about being willing to adapt and evolve and to stay ahead of the curve. Or maybe it's about closing your business altogether, and starting something new. And that can be really scary, especially if you've put a lot of time and effort into your business. But sometimes, the best thing you can do is to cut your losses and move on to something that's more aligned with your passions. And now, let's talk about habits. Maybe it's time to break a bad habit. Like smoking or drinking too much or overeating or spending too much time on social media. And that can be really hard, but the Death card is saying, you have the power to change. You have the strength to overcome your addiction. You just have to believe in yourself. And it's about finding healthy ways to cope with stress and to reward yourself and to stay motivated. And it's about surrounding yourself with people who support you and encourage you. Or maybe it's about letting go of a limiting belief, like, I'm not good enough, or I'm not worthy of love, or I'm not capable of success. And those beliefs are holding you back from living your best life. So it's time to challenge those beliefs, to question them, and to replace them with beliefs that are more aligned with your true potential. It's about recognizing that you are good enough, that you are worthy of love, and that you are capable of success. You just have to believe it. But like, all of this sounds really hard and kind of scary. But the Death card isn't all doom and gloom. It's also about renewal and rebirth. It's about creating space for something new and better to come into your life. It's like when you prune a tree, you're cutting off the dead branches, but you're also helping the tree to grow stronger and healthier. And that's what the Death card is all about. It's about pruning the dead branches from your life so that you can grow into your full potential. So, what are the positive aspects of death? Well, it's about release. Releasing yourself from burdens, from obligations, from expectations. Releasing yourself from the past and from negative emotions. It's about forgiving yourself and others and moving on with a clean slate. It's about freeing yourself from anything that's holding you back. It's also about transformation. Transforming your life, your relationships, your career, your habits, your beliefs. It's about becoming the best version of yourself. It's about living a life that's aligned with your values and your passions. It's about creating a life that you love. And it's also about new beginnings, starting over, learning new skills, meeting new people, moving to a new place. It's about embracing change and trusting that the universe is guiding you towards something better. It's about stepping outside of your comfort zone and taking risks. It's about pursuing your dreams and making them a reality. It's about living a life that's full of joy, peace, and fulfillment. And, thinking about the hematite tree and grounding, it's really important to stay grounded during this time of transformation. Because change can be unsettling. It can make you feel anxious and uncertain. So it's really important to connect with the earth, to feel your feet on the ground, and to know that you're strong and capable. It's about taking care of yourself, getting enough sleep, eating healthy foods, exercising regularly, and spending time in nature. It's about meditating or practicing yoga or doing whatever helps you to feel calm and centered. It's about surrounding yourself with people who support you and uplift you. And it's about trusting your intuition, listening to your inner voice and following its guidance. And that's what the hematite tree is there to help you with, to ground you in the present moment and to strengthen your intuition. Like, seriously, hold that hematite tree before you go to sleep and visualize all the things that you're ready to let go of, And imagine them just dissolving into the earth, and then feel yourself being filled with light and with love and with peace. And then, as you drift off to sleep, ask your angels to guide you and to give you clarity and to help you trust yourself. And know that you're supported, you're loved, and you're on the right path. It's kind of interesting to wonder, too, like, what's going to be born after this death? So, you are letting go of something, but I feel like the next card might tell us what's coming. What is the seed of something new? Okay, I'm really excited to see what the final card is going to reveal, Because this is really setting the stage for some major transformation. It feels like you're really on the verge of something big, and I can't wait to see what it is. Okay, so the final card that will really let you know how to get the most out of that transformation is the Fool. Oh my gosh, this is amazing. This is about new beginnings. This is about, innocence, spontaneity, and a leap of faith, This is about starting something brand new without any baggage or expectations, It's about trusting the universe and just going for it. The traditional tarot shows a figure, often dressed in colorful clothes, carrying a small bag or bindle, and they're walking towards the edge of a cliff, They're not looking where they're going. They're just stepping into the unknown with this sense of joy and optimism. And there's often a little dog with them, kind of representing, loyalty and intuition, So this card is really about embracing that childlike wonder, that sense of adventure, and that willingness to take risks. It's about saying yes to life and trusting that everything is going to work out, even if you don't know how. I think, going back to the Hierophant, it's really about breaking free from those limiting structures and traditions, It's about realizing that you don't have to follow the rules, you don't have to conform to expectations. You can create your own path, you can write your own story, and you can live life on your own terms, It's kind of like the Hierophant is the established system and the Fool is like, nah, I'm gonna do my own thing, But in a good way. It's not about being rebellious for the sake of being rebellious. It's about being authentic and true to yourself. Maybe you've been feeling trapped by societal expectations or family obligations or cultural norms. And the Fool is saying, it's okay to break free from that, It's okay to be different. It's okay to march to the beat of your own drum. It's about giving yourself permission to explore your own unique path, to discover your own passions, and to live a life that truly resonates with your soul. I wonder if maybe some of you are considering a complete career change, something totally different from what you've ever done before, Maybe you've been working in a corporate job for years, but you've always dreamed of being an artist or a writer or a musician. And the Fool is saying, go for it, take that leap of faith. What do you have to lose? It's about trusting that you have the talent, the skills, and the resources to make it happen, even if you don't know exactly how it's going to unfold. It's also really important to understand that it doesn't mean that you have to quit your job, but just allowing your creativity to be expressed somehow, Or maybe you're considering moving to a new city or a new country, Somewhere that you've always dreamed of living. And the Fool is saying, why not, What's stopping you? It's about embracing that sense of adventure and trusting that you'll be able to create a new life for yourself, even if it's scary. It's kind of like leap and the net will appear, It's about trusting that the universe will support you, even when you can't see the whole picture. Or maybe you're just considering making a big change in your personal life, Like ending a relationship, or starting a new one, or adopting a pet, or trying a new hobby. And the Fool is saying, don't overthink it, just do it, Follow your heart and see where it leads you. It's about embracing spontaneity and trusting that you'll be able to handle whatever comes your way. Now, let's think about how the Fool connects to the Knight of Pentacles, because that's kind of an interesting contrast, right? Because the Knight of Pentacles is all about slow and steady progress, commitment, and hard work, and the Fool is all about spontaneity and taking risks. So, it's kind of like, how do you balance those two energies, you know? Because you don't want to be reckless and impulsive, but you also don't want to be so rigid and stuck in your routine that you miss out on opportunities. I think it's about recognizing that there's a time for planning and a time for spontaneity, you know? There's a time to be the Knight of Pentacles and a time to be the Fool. And it's about learning to discern when each energy is needed. Like maybe you've been so focused on your goals and your responsibilities that you've forgotten how to have fun, you know? And the Fool is saying, hey, it's okay to take a break. It's okay to let loose and be silly. It's okay to just enjoy the moment without worrying about the future. It's about finding that balance between work and play, between responsibility and freedom. Or maybe you've been so afraid of taking risks that you've been playing it safe your whole life, you know? And the Fool is saying, it's time to step outside of your comfort zone. It's time to try something new. It's time to take a chance on yourself. It's about recognizing that the biggest risks are often the ones that lead to the greatest rewards. It's really also about not letting the Knight of Pentacles keep you stuck, you know? I wonder if maybe some of you have been putting off your dreams because you think you need to have everything perfectly planned out before you can start, you know? Like, you need to have all the money, all the resources, all the connections. But the Fool is saying, you don't need all that, you know? You just need to take the first step. It's about trusting that the universe will provide everything you need along the way, as long as you're willing to take that leap of faith. It's like the Knight of Pentacles wants to have all the ducks in a row before starting, and the Fool is like, screw the ducks, let's just go, you know. Now, let's think about how the Fool connects to the Ten of Wands, because that's a really important connection too, you know? Because remember, the Ten of Wands is all about feeling burdened, overwhelmed, and stressed out. And the Fool is like the antidote to that, you know. It's about letting go of all those burdens, all those responsibilities, all those expectations, and just embracing lightness and freedom. It's about recognizing that you don't have to carry the weight of the world on your shoulders, you know? You don't have to do it all. You don't have to be everything to everyone. You can let go of some of those responsibilities and just focus on what brings you joy. It's kind of like the Ten of Wands is the heavy backpack and the Fool is like, I'm ditching this thing, you know, and running off into the sunset. And then, too, like the backpack wasn't even yours, you know. I wonder if maybe some of you have been feeling weighed down by other people's expectations, you know? Like maybe you're trying to please everyone or you're trying to live up to someone else's standards. And the Fool is saying, it's okay to let go of that, you know? It's okay to disappoint people. It's okay to just be yourself. It's about recognizing that you can't please everyone and that you shouldn't even try. It's about prioritizing your own happiness and living a life that's true to your own values. Or maybe you've been feeling weighed down by your own self-imposed expectations, you know? Like, maybe you think you have to be perfect, or you have to be successful,